Now, I should have talked about this at the start, but I will not be doing any hands-on during the races whatsoever. A very kind individual heard me talking about how tedious I thought that managing races was, and they emailed me a mod which makes your drivers AI controlled. So they will work like the AI drivers. And I just realized something. I don't think we have the difficulty set. I need to go and see if I can change that. Is it even I'm not sure you can get access to the options mid-race. If I don't do it here, yell at me to do it, because I think game defaults to easy mode, and I won't be caught dead playing on easy mode. Yeah, they'll do all the tire changing, pit stopping, team letting, passing, burning rubber, or conserving. They care about that. I did not enjoy setting that manually. I'm sure for some people that is the whole game, but not so much for me. Right, preferences, presets, windows, highs, game settings, difficulty normal. That seems fine. I thought there was an easy mode that was somewhere though. Somebody told me that the game is in defaults to easy mode, but I don't see anything like that. Oh, this is it, the race difficulty. Right, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. There we go. Again, why would it default to that? I have no idea. Right, our racing will always be done with Stuart and Javier. I don't care about the third driver. I was reading online, and it said a strategy was to use your third driver as a pay driver and have them practice. A pay driver with good feedback. They do the practicing and then the other drivers do the main thing. But I have never found a way to just have your third driver do a practice. They're always committed when I put them in. So again, I don't have any time for doing this hands-on. We just simulate it, set it to max speed, and the drivers will figure this out themselves, and then they'll figure their driving themselves. Now what's not interesting is how our drivers do, because they're always going to place 16th or worst. What is interesting is how the other teams that are not run by absolute chumps perform. This is just a practice lap, as expected. Only Ninjin and Kosido Decahedron from the, not the Weeb team, what are they called again? Tenno Hekai Banzai? Something like that. Disastrous team. It's a miracle that we even managed to get one up on them there. If that makes AI better, doesn't it make your AI better as well? Maybe, wouldn't know. So this is how it looks on the practice thing. It would have been great to see this before you cast your votes, huh? Wouldn't it? So we can see straight away that the Echter Deutsch Rennsport, both of their drivers are kicking East India Company Racing Division squarely in the nads there, and yet Kalpa of Nokia takes the first. But it's just practice, no points for practicing. Get out there and do your best. Shut up, Asia Takala. I'm doing my best here. You'll need a better driver than JV. Don't ask me how much I pay that man. Okay, Leveler's driving well. I wonder, can I click on this and see level it? There we can. The racing division of EIC. Oh, never imagined you'd get this high. Alright, come on, let's go. Should have voted for myself, says JJ. Why didn't you? Disastrous. So again, caring about all this stuff. One thing I can do is I can change what practice knowledge they use, but these drivers are so crap that they're only ever really going to get 2. They might get a mechanic component, but again, I'm not here to baby them. Auto pick, get on with it. They already figure out their own car balance stuff. You don't have to tweak that. Oh my god, that is tedium incarnate. And again, I'm not going to tell them the driving style. They will figure it out. They'll figure out everything. All we have to do is watch them fail, and they will fail really badly. Alright, let's rock and roll. First race. It took us an hour and a half to get here, but we're here. So, here we go. Hopefully the chat isn't blocking too much. There's no way to put the chat that doesn't block something, so that's the best position I had for it. Maybe I can bring it slightly up so it doesn't block their strategy. So, Pontera is somehow doing alright there at 5th place. It's not going to last. I find the race is awfully slow, so I'll always have them on at least 2 speed. Often I'll have them on 12 speed because, man, there are a lot of laps to go around. But straight away, we can zoom in and see that Leveler of East India Company is actually pulling out there. So if you put your money on the EIC, Leveler's got your back, and he's also got a cracking tan. S'more of Warm Rot is right behind. I don't think they're going to hold that very well. I think they're going to get demolished. Can you share the mod link? Remind me to do that once the stream is over. I'll put it in a Actually, it's already publicly accessible. I have a Google Drive for a lot of stuff that I host regarding my streams, and there's a folder there for Motorsport Manager that already has it, and I might have even put a readme on how to use it, so someone has that link. If they can share it, that would be very nice, but this place isn't full of very nice people. So yeah, Leveler is not just leading, but they're leading by a huge margin. And our drivers, well, Chamorro is already doing disastrously, and it's all they can do to not continually lose positions. Surprisingly though, Fonterra is holding well. But as I said, even if my drivers are quite good, and Fonterra isn't that great, the chassis of this car is a disaster. The parts are a disaster. Look at the tyre wear here. We have already burned over a third of our tyre here, and some cars that have better stuff, like Recusso's, they've only lost a quarter. I was thinking, who's this joker that's almost lost half? Oh, it's Chamorro, also of our Soapbox Derby. So, what do we think? Is Leveler going to hold it? Someone is hot on Leveler's heels, and it is Gus. Gus of the Echter Dush Rennsport, who are in hot competition with the East Indians there. But how about the people that are doing really bad? How about the people that are somehow doing even worse than the worst team in the game? Brazil came to Young, and he was never the same afterwards. His tyre wear isn't looking very good. He's 15 seconds behind first place. He's struggling to do anything of value, and the only people he can overtake are Ninjin and Sugar. Wow, Sugar of Orange doing surprisingly terrible. But we're not surprised at Ninjin being right there at the back of the queue, because Tenohe Kabanzai is the worst team in the game, apart from DDR Racing. But the difference is, I'm going to use my vast economical powers to catapult ourselves up to the top. I reckon by the end of the 4th season I can dominate East, but I will try to do it for 3rd. Extra slow living up to its name. Come, that's a bit of an in-joke. I don't even know why he started being called extra slow. I'd call him extra useless, personally. Right, we got Bellcat, also in Brazil, comes to you. Bellcat and Dark Young. Apparently the rich lower of the Brazilian team, which is normally Silesia? I know it has an S in it. But the two team members in it are actually bickering quite a bit. But really, it's bickering about who's the worst of the two of them, because they got, what, 15th and... No, we got 16th and 15th place going. That is sad. That is incredibly sad. You're being beaten by DDR Racing's Fonterra, for God's sake. That said, both Fonterra and Chamorro are going to need to pit soon on those intermediates. The rain will stop, so I kind of hope they stay on intermediates and then go super soft toward the end there. Euristo can't be stopped. He's got 2 seconds on Gus. Now, there's 100 different ways races can go wrong. He might crash. It is a slippery road after all. He might go in for a pit stop, and the pit stop guys make a mistake. Sometimes a mistake is so bad that a fire breaks out in the pit stop area, and they have to retire from a race because of it. Hoping that never happens to us. We have something going on right now. Stewart is having his wheels changed out. Everything is complete, no mistakes. Glad to see it. He did drop to 17th. However, he's made a pit. Well, actually, damn near everyone's made a pit, so that's not going to make you much. I always find pitting really nervous. It's like you go in there, you're so far ahead, and suddenly you have to wait 15 seconds to get everything done, and then you're going to be overtaken. Leveler, however, despite that, has remained in first place and has switched over to super soft tyres, which is going to give him an immense advantage, assuming that the rain doesn't come back, and the forecast says that it will not. Pit stop fires is how refueling got banned in Formula 1. The things people learn. Oh my goodness. Echter Dush. They are really out to destroy the East Indian Company, and Gus is making that matter. What do we mean by Echter Dush? I don't know what that could mean, but I'm not big on my German, and I won't be until I maybe move to Austria. We'll see about that. No one could have known rushing around with gasoline around a bunch of power tools is a bad idea. Well, it doesn't appear to be banned here, nor should it be banned. Not only did Gus overtake Leveler and has gotten a huge amount of speed on Leveler. They've set a new record on the lapping. Good job on them. Okay, so we have these dilemmas every so often. What's the logic of leaving me out on inters? I need to pit. I don't care. You figure that out. 100% the AIs will take care of this for our team. I wouldn't be able to jump in and tell them to pit even if I wanted to, because I don't want to, and I won't. So Gus and Liveler fighting out in the front by a huge margin. Valkyrian of Nokia is there on third. Now, these races are not winner takes all. The only difference between one position and another is one single point, which means if you come in first and your colleague comes in 10th, then you're actually losing to the team that took third and fourth position. Really activates the almonds when you put it that way. Leveler on the softs bothers me because it took us a while to get onto the super softs and the regular softs. Regardless, I am amazed that we're holding 15th and 16th as we get halfway through this. Let's start really pumping up the speed here, shall we? It's all about the Leveler and the Pandy. Leveler has got 14 seconds on Pandy. Where are you at, Pandy? Well, that means that first and second is East India Racing Division, and that's phenomenal. They're going to scoop up so many points there, and if one of them manages to score fastest lap as well, that's plus 2 points. However, Pandy needs to take another pit. He's going to lose that position a long way down to third. Oh, what's that? Romby has crashed! Not only are Tenno Hikabanzai the worst team, they have secured last place because Decahedron couldn't keep their eyes on the freaking road. So that's good. That is a guaranteed point that we get. Although everybody else gets it, that doesn't matter. It's a guaranteed point that we get, and Banzai does not. Also, Kalpa just set the fastest Sector 3. Does that mean he gets the fastest lap? We'll see at the end of the race how that one goes. For shame, they refused to surrender. Didn't work out so well for them, did it? We've gotten both our pits done. We will probably have to pit one more time. A big advantage can come for those who manage to get one fewer pit than everybody else, but to do that, you really have to push those tyres, and I'm not sure that our drivers are clever enough for that. We're getting a lot of complaints about tyre drag, but that's because of our chassis. Our chassis is awful. It's probably the worst chassis in the entire series, but that's what we're saving up money for. When we get to the next season, we will be able to purchase a new chassis, which is going to be a whole lot better than this one, and then we are really going to pour money into upgrading everything we can. As for now, though, we'll see if a bit of nepotism can get us quite far. Fonterra, I am in awe. I might actually have been somewhat worth paying for this guy, because 13th is a very good position for our god-awful team. The fact that we're beating the fake German Rennsports Rakuso, and Darius, supposedly the best racer in God's Republic. Krebsig from even more fake... We're beating the fake Germans, hand on foot here. I know we're tying with them, but that means winning. And there's Sugar, sadly being lapped by... is that Leveler? It is Leveler. Leveler has a problem. Let's slow down and look at it. Leveler has a part that is so beaten up that it could potentially break and force him to retire. We don't know what it is. Maybe it's his gearbox or his engine or one of his flaps and whatnot. But if it breaks, he just has to retire. It's a big risk he's taking not pitting right now. In fact, I'm very surprised why he's not pitting. He could get some new tyres. I don't know his fuel level. But sometimes you just got to throw all that to the side and do what you can to secure the win. Leveler's got a lot of pressure going. I can feel it. 4 laps left is the key. Yeah, sometimes you just got to take that. If he pitted now, at this late stage, if he doesn't need to, he might, I don't know. He could lose that first place. And the AI is going to be up to their own tricks, so that's going to be quite painful for me if I end up with pitting AIs when I don't want them to. Sadly, Fonterra lost a lot of position there. A hell of a lot of time, actually. 20 seconds behind Andarius, kind of negating all those horrible things I said about him. So pick up the bloody pace. What is the blue flag? What blue flag? I don't see a blue flag. Oh god, it's getting wet. Ugh. I hope they don't change for inters. We're right at the end here. Oh, blue flag for Javier. I do not know what that means. Hopefully somebody who's into this kind of stuff can riddle me. It's a real shame that we have another couple laps to go because we're on soft and super soft. They do not do well on wet tracks, and it's getting really wet. There's something off about the gear shifts. Check it out. Nope. Finish the race. That's us in 17th and 18th. However, that means we will decidedly crush the Banzai team because Ninjin and Decahedron are both securing last place. Chamorro, I hope you don't pit. You're just going to lose a position and a point if you do. F1 flag is you're lapped and you have to give way. Wow. Makes sense, but there you go. I'm sure some people push that to the extreme. So as we enter the final lap, we can see that Leveler has taken first place, followed by Goose. So the Echter Dutch did deny the East India Company both of the first places. Finn also, a good performance for the Nokia Jowls. Smoor is there as well, of Wormrot. I didn't expect Wormrot to achieve anything, but fourth place ain't so bad. And there we go. Oh, he's not even doing a victory lap there. Or maybe he did, but he's going into the pits now. Well deserved. But, as I said, first season is us on the sidelines. We don't expect to do anything other than last place. So the fact that we got second to last place is a testament to just how terrible those weebs are. So we get a bit of a rundown here of how it all went. People pitting for tyres. True Leveler having an immense advantage of only having pitted twice. But testament to how well Goose did that they pitted thrice and still got second place. Dark Young pulling it not too badly at 6th, but destroyed by JJJ Nitro, who's probably regretting putting in 3 Js there by now. But yeah, bottom of the pits here. Krebsig, Extra Sugar, Fontera, Chamorro, Ninjin, and Decahedron. Pathetic. And yet, above expectations. Because we told the press and we told our chairman that we expect 10th place, which means getting 9th is good for us. There were no rules broken because we didn't have any risky parts on our cars here. Kalpa gets a little bit of a boost here. 2 extra points because they did the fastest lap. Good job, Kalpa. All that bussing experience doing you well. So who's actually coming out on top here? Actually, the Echter Dutch Rennsport will have the most points. We can see that in the next one, can't we? Oh, no, they don't. How did that happen? Oh, it's still showing us the people here. Give us the teams. Here we go. A point ahead of East India Company. If you put your money on Echter, then you've already got an advantage here. If you put your money on Orange or Banzai or fake German Rennsport, God help you. Do we have a summary of that somewhere? Oh wow, yeah, I can see it here. Fake German Rennsport actually got 15% of the votes. They're not coming back from that. There we go. Channeling the spirit of Shumi. There you go. Who is Fontero and Chamorro? Thought we'd have generic spawn guys replaced. Those are chat scrubs. I put chat scrubs in as freelancers, and as it happened, I wanted both of them. They will probably be my money makers for the first and maybe second season, and then I'm going for greener pastures. Makes sense though, since I don't want to have people around that I care about only to kick them out, right? Career tips for Dr. Nitram: 1. Retire. 2. Retire. 3. Admit that the East India Company Racing Division are the best. Then retire. I take it back. I'm glad we have the Twitter feed now. Black Sea Trophy belongs to Leveler. I want to see DDR Racing at the top. Yeah, me too. Stuart Fontera is so hot. Ugh. Points mean prizes, but I want wins. Aiming at... Yeah, well, enough of that. So, that was actually a very good performance for us. We didn't crash, so we don't have a long time to spend fixing our car, and our drivers wouldn't get mashed up from that. What's that film about that guy? Crashes his race car, based on a true story. I forget. It was pretty good, though. So, morale goes up for Stuart because he does a lot better than expected. For some reason, Javier isn't happy. Who would have guessed? They get slightly better if they have potential. There's no extra potential for Fontera. They've already peaked. But Chamorro could yet rise to be even better. Not a lot, though. Importantly, though, our marketability goes up. And because we did better than expected, Scipio Mercenary is giving me more money. Also, Faye just has to sit there and do nothing because they are nothing but a reserve driver. Their form is a bit gash, but what can you do? Well, what I can do is rake in the money. Scipio saying, excellent, this kind of money making is exactly what I like to see. It was incredibly expensive making all the staff changes that I did at the beginning. But thanks to doing that, our sponsorship deals are not just paying for the races, but making races profitable. That means if it ever comes to a vote on adding a new race to a season, we will back it. We'll back it with everything we can. Maybe not everything, but we will want it to go. Incidentally, we can get a bit of a roundup on the World Motorsport. These are the top tier inside our single-seater whatchamacallits. So, first place coming in for Nancy Crew with Gunnar, Speed Racer for the NPCs, and Carlos Baines. We're not gambling on these guys, but it's still good to see how they're performing. Oh, but there we go, the NPCs actually winning on the points, but the Nancy Crew are hot on their heels. I think it's going to be a two-horse race, but we'll keep an eye on that. Heavens knows I can... Oh, wow, that's rough. They have rules that you don't get points if you score below 10th place. That's savage. I'm very happy we don't have that in our series. And then there's the Asia Pacific, the Baron of Hell, scoring 14 points for top place. And Rack Shiraja, very satanic people coming in there. And Christian of the Iron Dames taking it. So yeah, literally hell is curb stomping the Asian Pacific Super Cup, meaning it's very likely they're going to promote into the world. And that means that someone, maybe Kruger, maybe Rance, Koopa, SR Normandy, or Rose Tinted, one of them might get demoted into our one. Good job, them. True Leveler. God, he's too smug for words. Get out of here. He can't have known that. I see Speed Racer and of Scalets there. I wonder who is of Scalets. Okay, so we got a lot of males to go through after that. Nokia Jal Kanit Racing, looking good, that they were. Car condition, ooh, yeah, our condition dropped savagely because of our really crappy chassis. Autosport want an interview, I think I'll always take those, despite the risk. You attempted a quick pit stop during that last race. It resulted in a mistake. Your own chairman criticized. Motorsports are not the place for gambling. If Javier hadn't performed so poorly, I wouldn't have needed to risk the stop. There we go. Oh Christ, that killed my marketability. Oh, that was an awful choice to make. Let's never do that again. I can't afford to lose my marketability, so that was terrible. I don't know all the right decisions to make in the interviews, but it is right and wrong answers. So some things help and some things don't. That was awful. I really need that marketability. Yeah, but sometimes you just gotta be contentious, right? I've written a quick report on the performance. We performed 5 pit stops. We had a mistake-free weekend. Wait, you said there was mistakes? You said there wasn't? What am I to make from that? Hard-fought win for Leveler, good for him, and the breaks that we made are finished. It's expensive, but I have to keep improving our car. And, oh good, we got Joe. Right. Let's get that thing signed. What's Joe again? He's a race mechanic. So I'll get rid of either of my mechanics. They both really should go. Now I gotta hope that Cart McSplattern joins in. So, get it signed. Who do we not like? Joel Miller. My god, The Last of Us. Easy thing to hate on, right? But it was actively painful to watch that game for me. So, let's just kick you out so I'm never reminded of that. And get our new guy on board. Fortunately, not expensive to bring in mechanics. There we go. Joe is promising. We should be able to keep him on for quite a long time. At least that's my hope. Subscribing to the slash and burn interview approach. Well, if I could be throwing water bottles, it would be a different story now, wouldn't it? Super overtake mode. An extra engine mode is unlocked. Super overtake. More power. Higher fuel burn. That sounds useful. Sweet spot. Qualifying. Excellent chance. Optimizing. Right, I want to have you paired with the non-contentious driver. I think Javier is the pain in the ass, right? Yeah, you have a poor relationship with mechanics, so it won't be able to get to 100%. So I need Jay to switch. So if we go to our T... Oh man, where is it? Can't remember where it's put. Maybe under staff? Yeah, here we go. We're going to swap you with the... Swap driver with? Oh, right, I see. You are together with Javier, but Javier's a pain in the ass, so we're going to switch you. Now you're with Stuart Fonterra, who is not a pain in the ass with the mechanic. That's good. Contract signed, yes, glad to join you. Joe has joined. 30-year-old will report to be working with Javier. Oh, we just changed that out, didn't we? Now, as for our car, hey, hate to say it, but we do need to keep designing new parts despite the expense, but we have a slightly better guy here, so we want to keep working on gearboxes and brakes. Because again, it's not really that we want to have the best car around for the season, although I will try to improve it where I can, but we want to have the best car going into the next season. So that means sometimes we just got to make a few risky biscuits. This is locked. Why is this locked? How do you get great parts for this? That's going to determine a few things, so let's go and check that at our HQ. If we wanted level 3 brakes, what would we need? Brakes R&D. Requires level 2 factory. Are we going to get that done in time? And how long do you take to build? 14 weeks. I don't know. I don't trust it, so we are going to make a risky second bit of brakes. Deceleration plus 25 and deceleration plus 30 is pretty good. I would like to have another part put in. Actually, I think I can. Deceleration. Tell you what, get rid of the risky one. Just put in the one to max. That way we'll be able to use this. Alright, get that built. Bye-bye money. Jake, would we hear on the news if Romby got seriously hurt in that crash? Yeah. And by we would hear, I mean we'd have to go and investigate. If at any point you want to investigate something about another team, just ping me. I'm happy to do it. We're in this together. Especially for the first and second season. Our team is gash, so it's much more exciting to check on the others. I'd like to improve our parts. We need to finish fixing our car. I'd also like to change this awful livery, but no can do just yet. And I'm not going to fit these parts because when you make a new part, it's usually very unreliable. It's better to have it boosted in reliability first. Because even if you squeeze out a few seconds from it being better, you're going to lose a dozen seconds from having to repair the damn thing. Unless you take big risks, and I'm not risking the lives of my guys just yet. So you were asking after Rombic. Well... He seems to have dislocated his shoulder in the crash. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, so there's a good chance that the reserve driver will be used in his stead, but he's a broken man on the first race. Okay, there we go. Had to take a break and a drink of water, choking on my own laughter there. Okay, not to worry, all is well. If you're our team and not that team, we're going to continue on. The next race is in 24 days. All we should really have to care about is looking after our car and stuff until then. Can't imagine there'll be a lot to do. Oh, except for the contracts, of course. How could I forget? Okay, great. Cart McSplattern is nowhere near as fussy as that other individual. I can't believe it. I offered Tony Neal everything. I couldn't offer him more money if I tried, and he still said no. Alright, well, Cart McSplattern, you're in, and we're going to get rid of Disciple's Dark Prophecy. Make sure to get rid of the right one. And those aren't amazing stats, but you will grow, and it's a whole lot better than what Disciples will give us. There we go. Maybe he wants to work on a better team. I don't know if that's something taken into account when doing contract negotiations, but I suppose I wouldn't know. So we've got that signed. The Evening Herald is reporting on that for whatever reason. God knows why no one reports on us. The car is moaning at us because it wants us to fit these new parts. I don't want to fit those new parts, but I don't want it to constantly hack at me for it. And I never touch sponsors until it's time for the race, because you never know when you get new people in, or new sponsors in rather. So anything else to worry about in the calendar? Yes, actually, the car is repaired now. You always have to wait for the car to be repaired after a race, and then you can work on improving parts. And now that I have racers that aren't complete ass and chips, I will give them decent things to work on. That gearbox, for example... No, it's not the gearbox, it's the brakes. It's not ready yet. I think I'll continue to work on reliability for spec parts. 87 is already huge, so get rid of that and work on these instead. I'll work on performance later. I don't really care about squeezing in these tight... Actually, God, that is so much better than this crappy one I start with, isn't it? Well, might as well put all my eggs in one particularly overpriced basket at this rate. Get those work done. So we'll make some new brakes. I will also work on improving them. I also want a much bigger facility to do repairs and improvements with, because that's how you really get what you can squeeze out of each part. Yeah, well, those better brakes are giving a slightly better deceleration than the 10. Okay. Good deceleration prevents crashes, so you might be able to see why Banzai decided to eat the wall for whatever reason. Still though, HQ, what can I do to improve the amount of... here it is. Factory. 20 staff will be good, but I want as many as possible. I don't know if it goes to 30 or 40, but we want that thing huge. I'll look at new buildings shortly. It's just a lot of money to pour away. Forecasting center is nice. It also doesn't cost a lot of upkeep, but that up front, I need to use that money for better things. The more expensive the basket, the better it is to put all of your eggs in it, perhaps. Marshall GT's Luca Gatto, we don't care about him, he's in another area. The brakes are finished. They're not bad brakes, but they need quite a lot of attention to be made better. My question is, can I make even better brakes? Yes, I can. I don't need this. What I could actually do is make this, this, and this, and I would actually make some really good brakes. Really, really good brakes. And I could actually make even better brakes if this is available. Oh, it's only on wets and inters, forget that. What I'm always looking for when designing good stuff is not just things that help me in this season, but things that help me next season. And what you want is to get your performance as high as possible. Doesn't matter if it's like deceleration or max deceleration. You want to push that as high as you can, and then make your mechanics put it all the way up to the top, because this dark blue is potential, and this light blue is what you get. So we get a decent amount, and then the mechanics can tune it up to the max potential, and then the higher you get that, the more you inherit for your next season. That's the real meta of this game. Oh, but man, we also want this. There's a lot of parts on this that I want, truth be told. Might as well work on getting good brakes. I don't want to crash my car or anything. Alright, get working on that. I know it's expensive, but working on a car will always be expensive. We just gotta chew on that. Is there a reason you aren't going deceleration 40 minus 20 reliability? I didn't see it, I suppose. I really didn't see it. That's a shame. Well, I can't undo what I just did without losing all that money, so we'll just work on the next brakes even better, right? Okay, should be fine. Let's carry on. I think we just finished some scouting. Hold off there. I should always keep the scouting going as much as possible, especially on the unemployed. You can actually queue them up, so I don't see any reason not to just scout all of these. You don't scout mechanics or designers, you only scout drivers. Did I say that right? You don't scout designers or mechanics, you only scout drivers. There we go. Eventually I'll have everyone scouted, but for now we'll just keep these bums on the watch list. Scouting report finished. Susi would be one of the better drivers, probably not worth taking a huge amount on potential. Limits, fitness, strength, trouble with rigging. I'm not looking to hire any new people for this season and maybe even next season, because I'm more interested in milking money out of marketability. It's Faye's birthday. Should we get her a nice present? She's pretty touchy about her birthday. Yeah, she's also our reserve driver, so no. Her morale can go down and I'm keeping my money. A card will do. Occasionally you get dilemmas which you have to deal with. And they're usually bad. I don't think other teams can go under. I don't even know if they worry about money in the same way the player does. I don't think there's any way to know that. Well, you can jump from team to team, can't you? Anyway, I have no idea. Yeah, again, I don't really care about these people. I just want them scouted so that we're ready to know about them whenever we need to. Oh, right. I was worried we were going to a race there, but no. Yokohama is being raced for the World Motorsport. And, wow, Scuderia is taking it, followed by Nancy Crew and the NPC Master. But the NPC is scoring the most points here. They are widening that gap. They're not who we're voting on, though. Donnell. Last seen in The Haunting of Castle Malloy. Alright, nothing to worry about, so let's carry on and get those brakes finished, and then I can actually see what I missed out on. After a while, you are able to just burn through the parts between races, just jumping back to your car to make sure that you're constantly working on stuff, but for now, I'm taking things a wee bit slow, but that's okay. Do I want to make even better? No, I can't get 4 slots here. Yeah, that should have been taken. I should have grabbed that instead of whatever else I got, which I think was this, maybe? Still, it doesn't matter. We've made the best brakes that we are likely to make. We should continue working on that gearbox. Not sure I care much about suspension. Acceleration is where it's all at, after all. So. Need to make this better. How are we going to do this? Reliability down sounds very sad, but oh man, plus 40 to max. I don't care about during qualifying. I will never care about during qualifying. We'll just go for sheer amounts of acceleration. Build time plus 5 days is painful. Reliability minus 20 is also painful. There's not a huge amount for me to build though, so I think I'll just take the extra one there. This is locked. I think I'll be taking both of these soon enough, won't I? So I'll grab that, and I'll grab both of these for the next one. Bye-bye, money. I miss you already. How about those parts improvements? We're getting better on the gearboxes, but screw the gearboxes, we'll have better ones soon enough. I want these brakes not sucking. That's a rule break risky one though, so let's not bother with that. Let's go with this, and do I care about performance much? No, all of this performs better than what we have for now, so that's fine. Weeb Lobby has acquired a single point. Like, oh, so I suppose for going under, what they can do is go under in terms of promotion. Demoted, if you will. A few of the guys in the design facility have noticed that Stuart's been sending a few glances towards Javier. They're both consenting adults. I thought I'd mention it. Something to keep an eye on. Well, that sounds good. Hopefully it doesn't erupt into a scandal, but is there really... love can blossom on the battlefield. Okay. Everything's been worked on. I don't need to care about the scouting, so we've got that queued up. Let us continue on. Financial management email. What's all this about? Nobody questions my financial capabilities. Will Baggs is going to retire. We don't care about that. Right, we're being told about the next one at Munich. 29 lap race. Likely going to be some rain. I love the test tracks, says Stuart, but with a few upgrades, not going to happen. No. That stuff is way too expensive. Echter Dutch Rennsport have been tipped to perform strongly by noted ex-driver Fabio Torino. JJ Nitro has a great chance of winning the race. I wouldn't bet against him. Yeah, listen to that, people that gamble around here. East India Company's True Leveler will be hoping to follow up. Good luck to him. I've spotted a number of transactions coming out of the account which I find concerning. If this spending pattern continues, you're likely to be very low in cash by the end of the season. Keep it... Shut up, Scipio. I know how to manage a balance. Right. The race is in 3 days. Not a problem. We continue on. And before we travel to Munich, and this is very important, always sort your sponsorships. We have 3 extra slots here. Man, they're all going blank for weird reasons here. Right. What do we want? 3 stars are probably for the better. An extra payment of about $1 million per race for 25 races is pretty damn good. Upfront payment of that is only like 300, no, less than that. Yeah, no question about it. Although it's a long commitment, that's a lot of money, so we're accepting that offer. And that was Marlboro. Now, I have no idea why the F1 allows drugs to be advertised on their cars, but this isn't F1, is it? It's some other kind of motorsporting. Not my business, as long as I'm getting the money. And now we should get even more money per race thanks to that. Weeflower will be an average driver. She doesn't have a huge amount of potential. Shouldn't expect her to improve. Yeah, you are forever going to be a bench warmer there. At least your shoulder isn't dislocated. Yeah. Okay. Can we read what Ninjan said in the Munich Gossip? The Munich Gossip. Away from the front of the pack, struggling Tenyo Hekkai Banzai will be hoping to see some improvements this weekend. Circuit offers them a chance of picking up some valuable points. This race is a great chance for us to improve, said Little Ninjin, who actually has both of their shoulders intact. Yeah. It's so rubbish. Now, that means that your focus is way down, making you even more likely to crash. So I wonder if they're going to bring in Bane Williams just to try to prevent that. Also means that car didn't get much improvement. Okay, we've got our sponsors. We are going to make fat money on this race. Let's get to it. And again, we are not looking to win in these initial races. If I had picked an existing team that was half decent, then yeah, we'd be fighting for the win. But we are fighting for money right now, not the win. The win will come after we have the money and invest it in our car, and that's in about 2 seasons. For now, we're enjoying the performance of the other teams. I've said that many times, but I will continue to say it many times because I'm a bit defensive about my poor team here. Okay, onwards. If you recall well, although I may have imagined it, we were offered a sponsorship deal that paid double in Germany. Would have been good here in Germany, but unfortunately for us, it required us to place a certain position or higher, and there's no way we're in a position to guarantee any position other than 19th. When you get a deal like that, you only need one of your drivers to secure that position. So if one of them comes in 2nd and the other comes in 18th, you'll still qualify for something like finish 3rd or above. This was pathetic. We came below Ninjin and Decahedron. Oh god, Decahedron's getting back in with that gammy shoulder. Oof. We're streaming until we finish this season, Alaska. This is our 2nd race out of 10, and we've been streaming for 2 hours, but I reckon we'll be picking up the pace. Interesting. Goose and Kalpa are both using medium tires. Everybody else is on intermediates. Do they know something we don't? Maybe they have a better forecasting center. We never expected Andarius to be near the front, but he really struggled out there. Impressive stuff from Doctor, the best racer in God's Republic. Looks like they got the setup nailed. We'll see about that. Go, my pretties. It's just embarrassing. He's gonna lose his whole arm in this one. I don't know how bad injuries can get. This isn't a particularly morbid game, but well, you never know. Again, we just have it all on auto, let the drivers figure it out themselves. There's no way I'm microing. Realistically, I'd be having to micro about 130 races over the course of this long play. Not gonna happen. The drivers can do it themselves. So they're off. Remember, our huge performer was Leveler. Leveler secured 1st place last time. How did I end up in JJ? Where's Leveler? There we go. Is he going to turn it around here and make sure the East India Racing Division storms right to the front? Because it's largely between them and the Germans, right? Meanwhile, Decahedron enjoys 1st place. They will never have 1st place again after they get taken over. Tigus, surprisingly, making the wait, Javier got the fastest lap out of that. How is that possible? Probably instantly got bettered there. The problem with being in 1st place is just how quickly it all comes apart. The thing is, Decahedron's slowing it down for everyone else. Whoever is going for it has to be able to overtake them, and I just... Oof, sounds like a great danger trying to overtake Decahedron after what they did in the last race. He's steering the car with his teeth. Well, I've got to hand it to Chamorro. You've managed to claw your way up to 4th. You're meant to be the worst of my 2 drivers. Fonterra is where it's all meant to be at. At least that's the one I'm giving all the money to. Alright, come on. Is anybody going to take over Decahedron here? Oh god, what's happened here? No! Anon Finn has crashed! How could this be? Anon Finn took this corner too wide and off they went, and because of that the safety car got deployed. Now, I didn't know what a safety car was when I started playing this game, but after a lot of seeing it, as I understand, it forms a queue behind it, and there is no overtaking allowed once you are behind the safety car queue, which makes it an amazing time to lap because everybody's going really slowly. That's what I understand. So this is going to be a huge blow to Nokia. They're guaranteed just either 0 or 1 points in this race for coming from Anon Finn, that means everything else is going to be on Kalpa. I forget what Kalpa is again. Kalpa Valkyrian. They are very frustrated, sitting around there in 5th place, itching to get ahead of Bellcat and Ninjin. But I can't believe it, it's lap 5, and Decahedron is still in 1st place. Steering with their chin, their shoulder hurts so much. God, having to race with a dislocated shoulder, that is not right. Alright, get back to it. As soon as that safety car withdraws, Decahedron is actually going to have to fight for 1st place. Chamorro is yelling at me to attack more. Now's not the time, the safety car is out, you moron. Okay, the safety car has returned to the pit lane, and now everybody is free to overtake. Oh god, there we go. Why in the world would you pit after the safety car? That makes negative sense. I suppose if you're in 1st place you wouldn't want to pit, because you can just blast out like a lightning bolt once the safety car goes away. But you wouldn't then pit immediately after. Basically, Decahedron is a disaster to all of racing kind, and the only reason they're not the complete laughingstock is because Finn crashed. Enjoy the garage, don't start a fire. Okay, Chamorro, I cannot understand how you are still holding on to 8th place, but you are. Fonterra dropping down to 17th. Now that's more our honey and mustard there. I think you mean the lapping stock. Now, Leveler, all eyes are on you. There's the expectation that you're going to win here, and 3rd place is good. 2nd place is better, but can you take over the Andarius? The Andarius is really going to have to pit soon. Their tires are in... It gets better and better. Brazil comes to you, and Brazil just went and literally crashed out. That is now 2 points that we're guaranteed to get over the Banzai, and the Brazil comes to you. You love to see it. Well, I certainly do. Meanwhile, we're pitting ourselves. Fonterra get back out in the game. They drop down to 18th, which might normally be last place, thanks to these crashed people, but who knows? Maybe others will crash. There's no rain in sight. Rain exacerbates crashing, but so does poor focus. I think poor form does as well, and so do poor brakes. Our brakes are certainly poor. Can't believe Chamorro actually managed to hold 8th here, but that's probably because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people have pitted. Soon to be more. What, 2nd place? Lap it up, Chamorro. It won't last. JJ Nitro is hot on your heels, and the Echter du Rennsport have a lot to fight for in this one. Can we check in on the BR team after the race? Yeah. Remind me to go and see how Kat and Finn's shoulders are doing after this. I won't remember. That's why I need to be yelled at. JJ Nitro taking what may have been a disastrously timed pit there. But they were one of the last people to pit, so they should be able to fight back for that. We get complaints every now and then from the drivers because of how they're driving. But I can't do anything about it. They are already doing stuff their own way. Yeah, I saw it, and I love to see it. Andarius had 1st place. Andarius was actually doing very promising for this, and he is the 3rd person to crash. The 3rd. So much for God's Republic. Then again, he was the 3rd one to crash, so he's at least going to get a couple of points. And hey, would you look at that? That's looking amazing for our team. Now, why are people crashing so much? Everything is dry on the track. I guess they're just unlucky. Well, no, luck never comes into a car crash. You know how it is. Right, Chamorro gets to feel good, but the real battle is at the front between Kalpa and Leveler. It's probably a hot topic on and off the field, but Leveler has the distinct advantage because, as we can see, Kalpa has some kind of car problem. We don't know if it's engine or gearbox or what, but since we're only on lap 16, he's almost certainly going to have to pit to fix that. Otherwise, he faces an enormous risk of getting disqualified himself. If it breaks completely, he will have to retire. I believe once you get down into the red zone of your reliability, if we can show that somewhere here, we can take a pause to look at it. Here we go, here are the conditions. So for example, the engine on Fonterra's is at 34%, and if it goes, I believe, 20 or below, it'll be in the red zone. If you're in the red zone, you will randomly have that part break, and if it breaks, you are retired. That's my understanding of it, at least. I haven't played that much of this game. Have I? I don't know. I pulled almost an all-nighter playing this one time because I wanted to get a feel for it, and then I was just like, oh, one more race. Only need one shoulder to defeat Jake. Big words for somebody who's in last place and is behind Fonterra by almost 20 seconds. Alright, Valkyrian, are you going in for the pit? Ballsy. Absolutely ballsy. Kalpa refuses to pit despite that thing breaking apart. Enjoying first place, but if Leveler gets a chance, he's going to smoke you. Alright, let's pick it up a notch. How's it going? All eyes on Kalpa and Leveler. Will Kalpa ever pit? What will happen to that first place? I got no problem speeding up because I don't think much is going to change at the back of the row here. I can't believe it. His tyres are wearing. He's pushing everything to the maximum. And his car is breaking apart. However, True Leveler just, I believe, got the... Oh, no. Kalpa's keeping fastest lap. That's unbelievable. The balls on this Finnish driver here. Car breaking apart. Securing fastest lap. Refusing to pit further. Oh, God. Why am I seeing pit stop breakdown? Don't give me that. Get back out there. And Ninja appears to be having problems as well. Ugh, Fonterra dropping down to 17th. That's pretty bad. It's all on you, Chamorro. You've only pitted once. I reckon it'll be 2 pits and a done job for you. Alright, keep it going. Valkyrian finally pits. So, they're in the pit lane. They're probably going to have repair work done. I mean, they can't not. The thing's falling apart. He refuses! Kalpa has refused to fix the broken part on his car. Well, not broken, let's say fractured, but whole. Comes out in 5th, but having pitted twice, that actually puts him in the best place for everybody. But depending on what part is broken, that could really come to bite him in the ass. He might crash, he might get disqualified, but he might also win. He's got... Ooh, let's see, Kalpa has 28 seconds to make back up on Leveler. See what they can make on it. Meanwhile, Leveler has to pit at long last, and so does second place, Goose. Will Pandy pit? Doesn't look like it, but that was a very quick pit from Leveler. Extremely quick. Out they go. They want to decimate Pandy and secure first place again. I want to rename Kalpa to Garlic Jr. if he wants to stay in the dead zone. No, you have to understand, Piccolo's speed is superior. He was sure to win. Third place is also... Oh no, third place is Kalpa, and there are the engine troubles right there. What's going on in second place? I don't actually know what that little icon there means. Can we go over and find out? I'm sure that means something, but I don't understand what. Pandy has a huge advantage in first place, but there's no way they can go another 6 laps without going in for a pit stop. Their tyres are almost wrecked, and wrecked tyres really do you in. I can't see their fuel level, but I'm going to assume they need to pit for fuel as well. That's the pitting in icon. Oh, thank you. That explains so very much. I can't believe how well Chamorro's doing, but again, you have to pit. That's going to put you way back down. Fonterra at 14th, though. Chamorro at 8. Come on, Pandy. What you going to do? It amazes me how quickly tyres wear down. You'd think they'd be able to develop a tyre that can go 100 miles without... you know, exploding like these ones do. Think of the time you'd save on the pitting. Right, Pandy lost it. Kalpa's back out in front. Kalpa utterly refusing to repair. We don't know what's breaking. I assume it's not the engine, because if his engine was in the dead zone, he would never be able to get this kind of speed. And, oh, speaking of busted engines, Fonterra's is in the red zone as well. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't want you to lose that, but you'd lose that whether you... whether your part broke or if you pitted, so it doesn't really matter at all if Fonterra pits or not. It takes a long time to fix things, especially with my really crappy pit crew. Speaking of which, I need to have them on auto-manage. Pandy ran wide, losing quite a bit, but what's Kalpa gonna be doing here? Winning, potentially. Okay, with this, there'll only be 4 laps to go. 3 laps even, once you cross this. Yellow flag. Yellow flag for who? 4 crashes in one race, and that is disastrous for Echter de Rensport. They were really fighting against the East Indian Company, and being forced to chew on only 3 or 4 points is just awful for them. Yeah, at least that's 4 different teams that have one crash there. Yeah, Christ, Germany. Who faces this much attrition in Germany? Kalpa's pushing it, but he only has a couple more laps to go, and then he will secure the win. First place over Leveler. And what's that I see? Leveler is also having trouble with their car. The outright refusal to fix their pieces is risky, but there's so much going on between these two. Would be amazing if they both crashed out. Oh, what's this? Shifting into third. Okay, so we're in the dead zone for the gearbox. I don't know if Chamorro will go and fix that or not. We can actually go and see, because now, yeah, everybody's having problems. I assume this is just a particularly long track, if I had to guess, and that's why so many people are facing problems, and as they ignore them, they eat the crashing. I'd rather we just finish the race rather than crash, but taking 12th and 13th position would be utterly amazing for... No, don't fix it, I don't want to lose this position. Okay, you're jacked up incredibly slowly because I've got really crappy Oh, you're just repairing the engine. Right, Fonterra is not coming out of that looking pretty or smelling of roses. How about you, Chamorro? Exit position 15th. That's actually terrible, but oh no, can't let Decahedron come ahead of anybody here, right? That's not right. They're 7 seconds ahead of you though. Chamorro, you taking it? Come on, let's speed it up a bit. We're entering the final part here, and I just saw somebody run out of fuel. Was it Merchant of Venus? That's amazing. They are not going to hold their position. Okay, Kalpa, if you can just cross the finish line, this is first place for you. Despite going half the race with a broken something or other. Just don't run the last corner wide. We sparked there. But he makes it! Nokia Jalkinet Racing secures first place. True Leveler is going to be chewing on that one for a while. Defeated by a bus driver. Yeah, Merchant's not looking so good. No tyres, out of fuel, and still refusing to pit. Now, I suppose they were coming up to the end there. Chamorro getting 12th is great for us. Fonterra getting last place. Not surprising, they really needed that engine fix. All in all, though, we all scored better than 4 of them, and coming in 12 for our team in the second race, stupendous. Alright, there's a lot to digest from that race. This is why I'm only doing 1 season per stream. Doing more and my throat would just go from narrating this. So, the best of the best, Kalpa and True Leveler. Goose was there, but I mean, they really were just there. Okay, please remind me to check on Anon, Finn, Bellcat, and Darius and JJ, because, oh god. The skull and crossbones doesn't paint it very nice, does it? Okay, there's no crossbones, but there's still a skull. There was no risk of us breaking any rules, because we didn't put any dodgy parts in. Sometimes it's worth it, if you really need to secure the win, just take the risk, but not much point for me right now. So, my goodness, that's grim. For the competition, not for us. We are tied with Tennoheka Banzai. Such a mouthful, it'd probably be easier reading it in kanji. Right, we're tied for them on points, which is good because we're already ahead of them, so that works for us. But the best racers in God's Republic also tied with us, and their team is a lot better than ours. That's disastrous for them. But the biggest disaster is for the Echter de Rensport. They will suffer immensely from this. So we can see the drivers standing, all the points the drivers have gotten. Javier outperforming Stewart, but I mean, get real here. Yeah, look at that. They lost so many points on East India. If you voted for East India, you are probably going to be drinking those points because that's a great result for them. Great result for us as well, let's be honest. Oh wow, I didn't see you down there. I've got the worst team in the game. Don't give me that until it's Season 3. Guess it could have been worse. DDR Racing, happy-ish. What? Well done to Kalpa, a deserved victory. I'll be up there with you soon, says Spam. I don't think so, Spam. Let's get real here. This isn't cycling. How was third vacation? I don't recall second vacation. I was only in Estonia for 2 nights? Maybe 3 nights? It was so hot. 2 nights sounds about right. It's the ferry that was really good. Okay, so because we came 8th, which is 2 parts above expected result, we get a nice chunky bonus to our marketability, and Scipio is incredibly happy with me. My job will not be at risk until I screw up big time. Javier continues to improve, although it's splash in the ocean, really. I don't have him around for his skills. I have him around because he's a very marketable kind of guy. Marketability only matters for your 2 main drivers. The reserve drive doesn't matter at all. Makes me wonder why there is even a reserve driver. You'll just be pointlessly paying them if you bring in somebody good, whereas I could save money by not having them. But this is the real win. Making 2 million quid per race despite the astronomical amounts that we pay to have Chamorro on the team. Music to my ears. It wouldn't be unreasonable, now that we already have the sponsorship deals, to fire the expensive guy and bring in someone cheaper so we can make even more in each race. But I'd rather keep them. I don't want to micro my team just to get the best sponsorship deals, because some of them will end sooner than others, and I want those level 3s. Scipio nods sagely. Greedily, perhaps. Let's not forget that the Asian Super Cup was running. We're not going into big details on these guys yet. We will when we fight against them, when we promote to Asian Pacific, or if one of them demotes to us. But the Patreon's coming out well, actually coming out on top with Lona taking the top spot. Iron Dames and Hell's Engine for 2nd, 3rd. Literally Hell, though. Barely beating out the Patreon petitions for 1st place. And there's us, of course. Not that we did amazingly. Goose did great, actually. Goose did better than Leveler, because they got the fastest lap. Mucho impressive. Now, the real question. How about those crashers? You can have a low skill, high potential reserve and wait for them to get good. That's a lot of paying somebody just hoping, well, waiting on them getting good. I'd rather just get someone who's already good if you have that much money to spare. Right, can anyone remember the people that crashed horribly? We want to go and investigate them. JJ Nitro, Bellcat, Andarius, and Finn. Not in DDR Racing. Okay, no injury on Andarius. Lucky bugger there. I'm just scanning for injuries, actually. It's the fastest way to do it. Although it tells me that Bellcat came out alright. I'm not sure how frequent injuries are, but from what I can tell, nobody actually got injured on those crashes there. Going by what we know now, we could say that the chance of getting an injury from a crash is 1 in 5, but I have no idea. God, having a dislocated shoulder when driving that must be murder. Did I do good, says JJ. No. No, you did not. You crashed, you burned. It wasn't good for you, but it was very funny for me. Okay, no need to worry about scouting right now. We've got a bunch of emails to go through. Nothing worth worrying about here. Yeah, condition dropping like that's crazy. BBC, right, let's not lose all of our marketability this time. Use team orders. They're not particularly keen on. What do you have as a team effective life? I was justified. I hate to use it. It was left a little choice. I don't actually know here. Let's say I was justified. Ah, Javier was happy with that. He's completely happy with me now. Pit crew review. Mistake free, which is nice. Dramatic race. Finnish driver beat his nearest rivals, Leveler and Goose. Top step of the podium, well judged. What's a well judged race? Winning the Nokia Jalknit Racing Boss. Morcus collected the team's trophy and looked delighted as he downed the champagne. Why does the boss get that? Surely the drivers do. There was something I needed to care about after. Yeah, my pit crew. They are... Well, I'll tell you what. I'm just going to have that on auto manage. And Joel, you've got the best concentration. You look after this. I actually hold off on that for a little bit. Can I hire anyone that doesn't suck? That's a no. That's a big no. I don't know what it takes to hire better crew. Eventually you'll have higher ability come in, but for now, they're all terrible. So just go manage them. I don't expect to have a good pit crew for a long time. We, however, are very secure where we are. It's a shame that Javier is so selfish. He's causing a bit of unpleasantries between us and the chairman. But as for me, I keep doing well above target, so my job is extremely safe. You can actually apply for other jobs. If other people are at risk, you can go, hey, bring me on. We can't do it because it's so early in the everything, but if you wanted to jump ship, you could. We won't. We'll keep with DDR Racing till the bitter end. Meantime, though, our car will be repaired and we will continue on. That didn't take long. Car is already repaired, so we go and we're still working on this other part, and we are still improving the reliability of our brakes. Yeah, both of our brakes. I want them really up there, like 80%. I don't want to use anything that's below 80%. He says using a lot of basic parts which are below 80%. Yeah, I know what I mean. New gearbox is ready to rock and roll. I'm not sure I want to fit it. Well, I know that I don't. What are we going to do for a new one? So we've got a great gearbox and great brakes. I want a greater gearbox. Sadly, I need a telemetry center to get even better things. Don't think that's going to happen. So I just need to make the best bleeding gearbox I can, which is going to be acceleration 20, acceleration 40, and acceleration 40. That is an amazing gearbox. And it's not even risky. It has no reliability, but this is actually a good one. We will have this, and we will use it on our best driver, whoever that ends up being. I will not be able to have slots 4 and 5 unless I work on a great component, but I can't do that until I have Telemetry Center 1, so... With a bit of spit and polish, this will be a particularly good gearbox, and I'm a big believer in acceleration. Helps a lot for overtaking, I believe. Dunking most of the money we got from the sponsorship in that race there, but what's a man to do? Alright, carry on. Jake, why don't you use the other person you hired? What do you mean? Don't know who you mean. Although it made me worry when you said that. We do have... Oh, right, you probably mean why are we not using them to improve things? And you're right, I did completely forget about that. I need this thing improved by the end of the everything. Because that's going to be my best one that I inherit into the next area. And... honestly, that's all you should work on right now. I don't have any people helping them, but I will once we expand our factory. Then we'll have a lot more people to help out with that. Oh, I've got to fit parts just yet. Okay, what's going on here? Goose retiring? I'm not sure we care much about that. Oh, there's more races going on for the other series. Yeah, all the staff are on improving, but the mechanic themselves still helps with improving a flat amount. Oh, did it auto-relocate? I'll need to look into that one then. So, World Motorsport. Podium coming in. Scuderia securing it. Nancy Crew and Zhang He overperforming for Yuan Motors. Right, yeah, if it auto-allocated them, I don't want that. I actually want everybody on reliability right now. Now this is never going to get done, but that's okay. Reliability first and foremost. Then we'll have decent enough brakes that we can use. I want brakes because it makes it less likely. I want decent brakes because it makes it less likely we're going to crash. After that, I'll work on gearboxes. It's an uphill fight to make our car not a piece of crap, but I will fight that. TV piece. One of our directors here at the BBC would absolutely love to film a TV piece at your factory. I understand this will be an imposition, but we'll make a compensatory payment. Ooh. How can I say no to free money? Money, you say? This is the kind of money making. It's exactly what I like to see. I don't care about the mechanics' unhappiness. They'll just have to eat a lemon. Zhang He found that driving without his claws drastically improved his performance. Interview about the potential Beijing GP. Ooh. Beijing GP being added would be great. That would be another race that we can make some free money on, so let's accept an interview about it. Next week's GMA is all about Beijing. Could you tell us our thinking? I'd love to see it next season. Hell yes. That's a very categorical answer. Can you say for certain that replacing Black Sea... Oh, it's replacing. Oh. Yeah, well, let's just be powerful about it. Alright, didn't give me any marketability or anything. I have no idea if that does anything really, but we'll see. Maybe I should have said I was on the fence, because some people bribe you for your vote. Now that can be nice. I'm always interested in money. It's that time again. Ooh, okay. So this is the vote that they're having, and that's to switch out. That's the one that we were just talking about, right? 10 team bosses, votes, huge impact, votes on. Do we show that vote anywhere? I'm sure it's somewhere, but I never remember where. European racing season character, cousin. No idea, but it'll come up soon enough and we'll be able to pass our vote. Here it is. So, the new vote has started, and also 37-year-old retirement is on the cards. Yeah, that old, you're practically dead. A new vote has begun. Replace Black Sea GP with Beijing GP. Okay, let's have a look at that. So it's hard to predict what it would have on the sport. We could vote against, for, or abstain. Abstaining is incredibly powerful because it gives you +1 vote on the next one. So for me, I don't care if we switch this or not. But if another vote came up that I really cared about, abstaining here gives me 2 votes there. So yes, we abstain. If there's a tie, the head of the motorsport thingamajigger gets to do the tie breaking. But Jake, you just said you'll support it. Yeah, but I'm just trying to keep the media on their toes. So I get, oh wow, this thing is not happening here. Said I'd do everything in my power. I could have changed it. I could have made it 4, but too bad. We'll see what the see if we get followed up on that at all. There will now be a political recess for 56 days. Hopefully the next vote is something we care more about. You can see all the rules here. It's actually a pretty sweet in-depth system about all the different rules you can have and regulations and things. And they vary between the seasons and they vary between the different championships. Very cool. And it shows all the changes. That change would have only affected the next year, which is 2017. Still, we didn't care, so we abstained. Powerful. Now, if we'd been offered money for the vote, it might have been a different question. Okay, a lot of pressure is placed on brakes. That's funny. We've been improving our brakes. That might help us. I'm becoming deeply concerned at the lack of investment into the handling of a car, a ride and handling facility. They keep moaning. No matter what you have, they just keep bloody moaning. Those things are expensive. I'm not made of money. We're getting scouting on people we don't care about, but I'm just having it there so we know everything about everyone. We still have a list of people that we're scouting for, and once we finish our scouting department... Did I actually build that? Yeah, once we have our scouting facility, probably some new people will be available, and I'll certainly want to scout them. If somebody's a better driver and has good marketability, I want to eat them up, especially if they're not as expensive as our existing people. Car's looking fine. How's the improvement looking? There is no need to go above 90% there. 85 is good there as well. We're currently working on another gearbox, but this one should definitely be made a whole lot better than it currently is. It'll take forever to fix, but I'm sure we'll get there eventually, right? God, this is grim though. Split it even. I can't wait to have a better factory. Only having 10 staff that you can allocate to performance and reliability is gash. We'll be able to double it once our factory is expanded. Syllabi. Nobody said it was easy being us. So the World Motorsport and the Asia Pacific are both running theirs. Donald, oh yeah, Nancy Crew are doing great, and they're speed racist once again, failing to secure top place. And yes, Scuderia Berari taking the top notch there. Worst Nightmare doing... The only one to have 0 points there is Worst Nightmare, with Mr. Maze and Candice DeBaby. I think that's how you spell DeBaby, is it? And then the Asian Pacific Super Cup. Wow, Hell's Engine securing 1st and 2nd. That's amazing. Dune 2 coming in 3rd. And their teams, yeah, Hell's Engine roaring away with the lead. Good job. Funny to have Hell's Engine and literally Hell in the same championship there. But if Hell's Engine promotes, they'll be separated once again. Right, our new gearbox is done. These are vast improvements, but only comparatively to how god-awful our car is. And all of this doesn't matter when our engine is so bad, and it is so bad. But I have a very, very underhanded plan to improve that. More on that later. And that will probably happen this season, so keep your eyes peeled. Right. Do we want to fit that part? Not till we improve it. We've just made a very good gearbox. We need it improved. Yeah, that's a hell of a gearbox. This is going to take forever, but soon we will improve this, and we'll have twice the speed of working on these, and that will be excellent. So we have 2 good gearboxes. Probably that's as good as I can ever make a gearbox for now. I probably need to work on... Suspension is not your strong point, is it, my lead designer? Where's my lead designer? How could you run away from me like this? Yeah, McLovin on suspension is not amazing, but I should get to work on it or else it's never going to get any better. So, suspension, medium speed around corners, up on max. Plus reliability is actually quite nice, so I might actually just take that so I can have something that I can quickly put in. It's already a hell of a lot better than our base one. Prices are painful, but you just gotta pay. Pay that ferry man. Half man, half ferry. The little warning on the brakes about... Yeah, good question. Let's have a look at it. Where are our brakes? Here they are. So, if I were to fit in this brake, it has a low chance of being detected as an illegal part. It's not written in stone, but everything gets investigated and they might not notice it, or they might notice it and say, no, that's not right. If it's declared illegal, you lose the part, so I would lose this really nice bit of brakes I made. You get fined, so you have to pay money, and you drop a couple of points. All of it very bad. Sometimes it's worth the risk, especially if that part is amazing. But the real meta is to make extremely risky, high-performance things and never use them. Because you take the knowledge from making that and put it into your next chassis. So it's up to you whether you want to take the big gamble on losing that part, just to secure extra points where you are, or if you just want to build towards the future. It's actually not a very nice meta. I'm not a big fan of it, but it is the way to play, at least as far as I can suss out. We will not be using risky parts unless we absolutely must secure a certain position. Okay, we're already making the next part, so continue on, and we're off to Milano. It is only illegal if you get caught. You don't get caught, not only is it not illegal, it's actually kosher for your next car. So, that's pretty sweet, isn't it? Looking at this, we used to be rock bottom in everything apart from drivers. Now our drivers are actually looking pretty good, thanks to bringing in, thinking about it, it's largely Javier who's bringing us up here. The car is gas, sure, but the headquarters is coming along, the staff's getting better, and I'm actually surprised that other people have better sponsors than us. Our sponsorships are amazing. What in the world are other people making? Shame about the pit crew, but I'm not working on that for now. Someone else is, and I'm not convinced they're doing a good job of it. I really need to get some better bleeding pit crew. Still, there's no need to change sponsors because we already have the best ones. However, next race we'll be able to get a new thing on slot 2. And God, I wish our marketability was at 70. If I hadn't slam dunked my marketability by slagging off my best driver, we would be in the money, but what can you do? Let's get on with it. Let's hope that other teams crash and burn and that we come out on top where we belong. By the way, I'm not using this game's soundtrack because I did that for my preview run of this game and it immediately got DMCA sniped. So fat cats of the music industry are probably running ads on that video to enhance their gold-plated back scratchers. Do I sound bitter? I'm very bitter. I'm using some supposedly royalty-free background music for this. Supposedly. Yeah, I wish I had more water bottles to throw. That would complete it. Again, hands off and just leave these people to their own devices. This practice session should give us a reasonable idea of how people are going to perform. I don't think anybody ever crashes in a practice session. I've certainly never seen it, but we're crashing and burning in terms of position. I don't know what in-lap means. Now, if you are looking at this thinking, oh, this is boring, I want to actually manage the races themselves, you absolutely can. You can manage the practice session, the real racing, you can tell how your driver is to perform, tell them when to pit, for what and how, and shift out their tires, have them do team commands. I don't like doing any of that, so we're not doing any of that. Just let the AI take control. Kalpa really rubbing it in True Leveler's face, securing a pretty hefty position there in the practice. And, well, at least we're doing better than Romby. How's your shoulder feeling, buddy? Alright, bring it on. Again, just auto, I don't care. You guys deal with your own stuff. Get out there and win me some points. strangely enough, we've come 9th and 8th. We haven't even come 10th yet, which is what we told our chairman we'd be doing. If we told our chairman that we would secure 8th place overall, we would have gotten more funding. But it also means the chairman would be less happy every time I don't do 8th or better, and that would put my job at risk. And the risk is just too high. Right, we're going to watch Kalpa, because everything is on him, and I'm going to get myself a much-needed drink of water. Where in the world is Kalpa? Probably near the bottom, since he did so well. There we go. Go for it, Kalpa. I will be back shortly. Can't believe people saying DDR Racing in shambles. For one, we don't have both the bottom spots, and for two, we're expected to come bottom. So actually we're doing... Well, looks like we're definitely not getting the bottom spot there. Oh, it's a shame that it clips over here so quickly. I wanted to observe the Andarius' smouldering wreckage for longer. Well, poor Andarius. The best racers in God's Republic are going to have to undergo some kind of name change or rebranding, because it is not working out for you. So, Fonterra, don't worry. No matter how badly you'll do, you'll never be as bad as the Andarius. Jesus Christ, this Kaiser. Oh boy. Meantime, can I get a quick look at who voted for the best of God's Republic? Best races in God's Republic got 3% of the votes, including, that's 41,000 votes on it. But the return ratio is 1 to 28. 11 people backing it. What a disgrace. Carpet put 10,000 votes on them, though. They're not going to be seeing those 10,000 votes, courtesy of Andarius and his driving technique. Oh, this is bad. This can happen, and it's a disaster. It's happened here. Dual pitting. Now, if you were giving manual orders, that would never happen, because you'd obviously never ask your people to dual pit. But since it's given to the AIs, they can occasionally make that mistake. Now, I have no idea why they both pitted there. It's not like the situation changed like that. Were they both low on fuel? I don't know. Still, that was really bad. That puts us way down. However, good old Decahedron had to pit there. And, well, thanks to that, Chamorro manages to take over a wee bit. Young, what is this? In number 1? No, Brazil does not allow such things. Get out there, back down to 9th where you belong. If they're pitting, they aren't crashing. We could actually just sit at the start, not do anything, have others crash and then score more. I'm not sure if that's true actually. If somebody crashes, but you get, I don't know, I think if you're lapped by first place in the victory lap, you are automatically finished, something like that. Then you might actually come even lower than the crash one, because when someone crashes, they're like up here and then they go down, 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 down as they get lapped. Well, it matters little. Why are we focusing on this loser? Let's look at the real winners, the Nokia Jalkinit Racing. And Goose is right there trying to claw something back for the Echter du Rensport. And then there's Belcat. I'm very surprised that Brazil is coming for us in such a high position. What is going on with our resident Finn, Kalpa? Not only have you secured yourself a pathetic 8th position, you're already wearing down your tires and you've pitted. You're 20 seconds behind Finn. You can just say Nokia boots, Jake. I don't get it. There's probably some kind of Finnish joke there, but I'm too scared to assume. Alright, as I said, very, very sad performance from our drivers, but that's not what we're here for, not in the first and second one. We're here to see the others do what they do. Right. The Nokia boots. Finally. Oh god, you pitted and you came out immediately into engine problems. That's not good for you. That means Gus has taken the first place. Echter are really desperate for a win here. Of course, they immediately pit down to 4th, 5th. That's why pitting is such a stressful thing. And having a good pit crew can really shave off the seconds, but having a car that isn't terrible shaves off the minutes. So, what's one to say? Is it getting wet at all? No, it's clouded over a bit, but we're fine. This is only 21 laps, so we're actually quite close to the end already. Finn's clawing it all back, even though their engine or some part of their car is giving it up. They are most certainly going to be going for that final 2 laps. Yeah, no way they're going to give it up for Gus, and certainly not Leveler. They've got everything on their side. Terrible pit for Ninja. How was Ninja doing? They must have... well, poorly if they're down there at 17th, being beaten by Chamorro. That said though, a position like that... actually, a position like that ties us. I would hope that Fonterra can take over Decahedron, but... given the differences there, that's unlikely to happen. There we go. Oh my goodness, True Leveler is actually likely to tie for first place in this. Not from the position, but because he got the fastest lap, he'll get +2 points, which will make up for the -2 from not coming in first. Good job. I can't believe how good a driver True Leveler is. True Leveler, aka Aristocrat, aka Corbin Lover. There we go. So the race is ending now that you've finished, but there must be something that forces people to end early. Like Ninjin and Decahedron and Fonterra all finished. Is that because they got lapped, I think? I don't know. I don't know. But I do know that Chamorro is not doing better than 16th unless... no, nothing can make them do better than that. We really need to be doing better than this. How? We drive a soapbox. They can just give up. Well, that doesn't seem sporting. Are you managing all these racers? No, I'm not actually managing any of them. Not in the race, at least. I'm managing the team. So I do the hiring, the firing, the building, the budgeting. But when it's a race, I'm hands-off. In the vanilla game, you do the races very hands-on. But as I've said many times, I'm not interested, so I'm not doing that. When your car passes the finish line after the first place driver... ooh, okay. Interesting. So you might be 5 laps behind them, but you finish that lap and you don't need to do the next 4? Could really save on the wear and tear of the car. So there we go. True Leveler actually did tie with Anon Finn, because that fastest lap bonus, that continues to push up the East India Company Racing Division. And they are looking pretty unstoppable. Look at that. They got the 1st and 4th best driver of the season. And Echter Duch could have been competing against that, except JJJ Nitro decided to crash out and lose a ton of points. That said though, you know, shouldn't be throwing stones in something houses. We tied again with the Banzai team. Doesn't look like they lost any points for doing nasty things there, but I like that. Not only are we ahead of them, we are relatively comfortably ahead of them. That's going to be good for our marketability, doing better than expected, even if it's 9th instead of 10th. Cries and best racers of God's Republic. Oh yeah, we can see that there. Predicted best racers in God's Republic to win this one. What were you thinking? JJ Nitro voted against himself with East India and is looking good for it. Speaking of looking good, give me that team marketability. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, Chamorro's getting better, and they will actually become a competent driver over time. God, that marketability is so slow to bump up. You really need interviews to bump it up, and you need to not slag off your best drivers in them. So there we go, skimping on pit crew and damn near everything else is doing us well. Anon Finn enjoys his top place there, and we get to... Well, we've already seen this, there's nothing new there. Except, I suppose, 107 points. The Echterdush could bring it back. If the East Indian Company also crashes out, they could lose 20 points easy there. And just like that, Echterdush could take over. So your points aren't safe yet. That was only our, what, third race? Fourth race? Losing count already. And Darius, we should check and see if he's alright. That's his second crash. How's his shoulders holding up? And Darius is part of God's... Oh, Christ. His neck's gone. It's very unfortunate, Andarius. I feel for you. Feel a little laughter for you. What do we have here? Just the regular stuff you get after these. BBC, always take the interview and try not to mess them up. You had some time to get used to the team now. What are your main worries? Performance, HQ, lineup is weak. The team looks great. I have no idea. I feel like we're not going to be very marketable if we say everything's great, but that's just such a floppy answer. Upgrading the HQ? Oh. Alright, what does chat think? B, A. Well, we do need to improve the car's performance level, but screw it. It'll, Ottle, Black, Bottle, It'll, Ottle, you. Well, Scipio's happier, but he was already happy. That doesn't help much. Yeah, everything in his team is weak, except for our sponsors. Pit crew's crap, I know. The Finn wins. Ignore pit crew, leave that to be auto-managed. I'm not really worried about how awful they are until the second season. It's not going to change anything reasonable. As I said, good pit crew saves you seconds. Terrible car costs you minutes, and we need to work on that car. Well, we're currently working on it, so let's head on forward. The car is repaired. We've got ourselves a new sponsor offer. I don't tend to look at these until exactly when the race starts, but oh my god, malt whiskey. Oh, no, but we have to do third or above to get that sweet, sweet whiskey payout. That's never gonna happen. We'll have to take the significantly lowered amount per race for 16 races. That's a lot. This might actually work out to be better. How much is that per race? What's 5.6 divided by 8? And is it more than 0.786? This one's also less commitment. That might be better if I think I can get my marketability up to 4-star within 8 races. That's not unreasonable. I actually think the 2-star is stronger here. Less money, but I don't actually think upfront payment is worth that much. I'm very good at balancing my books. But yeah, I'm going to take that. There's no inflation or anything in this game, so you don't need to worry about your money coming and going. The only thing you should think about is the amount of money you put aside for your next car. Again, it doesn't grow, so I don't know why that's even a thing. Probably just to help casuals manage things better. Still, the car is repaired. And what are you working on parts-wise? 50-50 on performance and reliability. There's a lot of work to be done on reliability. And we're still making that new suspension, but that's okay. How's our scouting looking? Still people in the queue. Although this one will be done shortly, then you'll come in. I need to care about that in 19 days. Yeah, no compound interest either, sadly. God, imagine the money could be made if there was. Mohamed Linser would be the very best driver in the European Racing Series. Is that so? Well, he is pretty good. Oh, he is pretty good. But again, what I care about is marketability at this point, and if you're below, like, 75%, I don't want you. Just period. I need the money. I need that fat sponsorship money right there. God, we're so close to 4-star. Just another 5.3%. A good interview and a good race performance, and we'll be there. What just came in there? And Darius hated by own mechanics. The ERS may not be a popularity contest, but it helps if your drivers aren't completely despised by their mechanics. Over at the best races in God's Republic, Things are getting nasty, and Darius is a complete prat, an anonymous source told us. You can't talk to the guy like a normal human being. He lives in La La Land. What do you expect when they get paid millions a year? And Darius, come on, lads. I know you almost broke your neck, but try to see the good side of things. Good side is my suspension being done. Hate to say it, but we're gonna have to make another one because that one, whilst better, was still gash. This one's a risky one to do. This one less risky. I think I will take that, or maybe even that, and then the next one I will do 25, 40, and 30, and we'll set that aside for the next season. That should be good. Yeah, make it happen. Alright, you get on that. Do I want to work on the suspension? I do, but it's more important to make these gearboxes workable and these brakes better, as well as that gearbox better. I want so much more staff, for God's sakes, game, please. Could you not use the designer component to unlock the 4th slot? Ooh, hadn't considered that, but I should be able to. I'll consider that. Yeah, that's actually a great idea, Demon. Fantastic, even. 4 slots would make for a very good suspension, all things considered. Why did we just stop? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, my headquarters have finished with the scouting facility. There it is, level 1. Would I like to upgrade it for 5 million? Yes and no. Probably more no than yes. I kind of want a staff center. It's just good to get your people better, faster. Unlocks better improvement rate for everybody. Doesn't cost a lot per race. Let's get it done. Scipio's going to yell at me again for spending loads of money, but it has to be done. The forecasting, less important. The AIs control themselves anyway. I don't know if they look towards the forecasting, but let's not give them a chance to screw up, shall we? Now, did we get anybody added in here? When you get a better scouting facility, there we go, unlocks new drivers. Ellie Foster, Ellie Marsh, Enrique Lara, Axel Dior. I don't know if these are custom characters we put in or not. Can be hard to tell. I don't know, but what I will likely do is edit any new characters that come in to have custom names, because new characters do get cycled in, and I find it quite likely that they are not using customs. Lara is base game for sure, there we go. Drivers are a bit young. Hardly. From what I understand, your peak is like 18 to 25 in terms of racing, and from there on out it's all downhill. Reaction time slow, your eyesight goes, you become old, crumbly, useless. I know all about that. Richto. Why did we stop here? What's going on? I didn't get a mail or anything. Oh, it's the it's a couple more races. Get injured easier. Just ask Rombik. Rombik and Darius know all about getting injured. NPC Master Team. Ooh, getting beaten out by Berari. Jong Ho once again. Oh my god, Jong Ho is so good. That's a driver I would take once I have no money concerns. 26 is a good age. I don't know if that weight's good. I don't know if it cares much about weight, but those stats are just mwah. On top of that, he can still improve. You see the 5th star has an outline on the right side of it, meaning that part can still be improved upon. He might be able to max his stats or close to. Beautiful. Just beautiful. I wish that were me. Or at least on my team. Okay, we've got the suspension done. No, we don't. Why did we pause a moment before having it done? I have no idea. There we go. Suspension is ready. So if we were to make an even better suspension, we could do this and unlock Epic for the next one, I think. There's a chance I'm wrong. But it's not a big chance. Do I care that much about this one being done? No condition loss on first rate. Ooh, that means the first time we use this thing, it's actually going to be amazing. So it doesn't really matter how unreliable it is, we can just blitz through with it, as long as it's above the red zone. Something like that wouldn't be too shabby, but... Thing is, I don't know if that unlocks a 4th slot. Well, time to learn, and if it fails, then we waste like 900. I'd rather, if it doesn't work, have a good backup. Nah. Yeah, screw it, make it like this. Then it's free to use, it will never break down on the first race. After that, though, it's got to be chucked. Cost per race is not even that much more than your driver. Barely more expensive than Javier. Alright, let's make it happen. That's so much money. Just piddling all the way. I never talked about it, but you can have different backgrounds for your main character. I chose the money one, because why would I not choose the money? Here we go. Backstory financial. I don't look anything like me, but what you gonna do? What are the other ones? You can be an ex-racer, you can be a politician. Politician helps with doing votes. I think it's only a +1 vote though, so it's not very strong. Financial just gives you a discount on every expense, and I love working with money, so I'll make that work for me. Come on, we got a lot to improve here, and not a lot of time with which to improve it. Get to bleeding work. It really is all about the money in this game. Right, who's getting our case? 32 lap race is pretty long for this one. How many races have we had so far? 1, 2, 3... Wow, is this really only our 4th race? We're gonna be here forever. Okay, not to worry. Could we do some work on the car's top speed? New engine might help. We haven't worked on the engine whatsoever. This is a big reason why we don't do well at all. We've got a cunning plan. One of the weakest drivers, Aurora. Canadians again. Just get out of here. Fearless fashionista. Helps with marketability. Doesn't help enough. Get out of my face. You would be cheap, but I need that marketability as high as it goes. Keep going. Asia Pacific Super Cup over in Phoenix, Arizona. Wow. Impressive win for the Koopa Racing. Followed by Hell's Engine and Lanka Land of Demon. But Hell's Engine securing top there. They're likely to promote, and either Normandy, the Kruger, or Rance's Castle Racing are likely to demote into our Euro division. Madness. Alright, 3 days until we're fighting over in Portugal. Or in Tondola. Right. Sound bites. DDR Racing are likely to struggle. This is one of the less favourable tracks for the United Kingdom-based outfit. Tondola was never going to be our strongest, to be honest. Oh, you keep your mouth shut there, Stuart. You talk when I tell you to talk. I'm extremely concerned about the status of the team's finances. There's a long way to go this season. Coffers aren't looking at... Shut it, Scipio. I know what I'm doing. Always on my bleeding case. I've got a financial background. Alright, let's have at. Although, do I want to fit in that new thing? No, it's still being made, and I don't think I want to fit any of these dodgy parts that I have in here. Well, do I? I could definitely stand to have better brakes at this point. They are nice and reliable. Who's our better driver? The better driver is Javier. Javier gets the good stuff. Not the risky stuff, though. I'm not here to get caught. These are too unreliable to be using. This, for a 31 lapper, I'd rather not use that. Both of these are gash. Yeah, I need to there's a lot of things I need to work on. Hang on, is this suspension? No, that's not the one that's, oh, whatever, on you go. Adding a $sign as your PC wallpaper is hardly a financial background. Wouldn't be the $sign, it would be the pound mark. Alright. Bring it on, Portugal. 4 out of 10. That's how our performance is slated to be for this one. As long as we don't crash. Yeah, it works for them, Alicious. By the way, why are you in this as A-dicious, Alicious? Maybe you didn't put yourself in, so maybe it's not very consensual, but I wasn't looking to put up barriers like that. People wanted to put people in, go for it. Still rather it was consensual, though. Right, again, just simulate it. I do not care about microing my guys. Wasn't it idicious? Oh, possibly. Oh no, it was C-Space putting in the name wrong. What a disaster. But I tell you, the Nokia boots are not doing disastrously. All thanks to Kalpa. I suppose Finn's up there as well, but Kalpa taken first. Why is Kalpa Valkyrian? I don't understand, but again, probably some Finnish joke. Wow, Christ, East India Company doing disastrous on this. Nokia might well be able to pull something out here. On top of that, if one of them were to crash, Echterduch could win it all back. Kalpa finishes practice on top. Pretty impressive stuff. Wonder what the issue for DDR Racing was today. They weren't at the races. Maybe I wasn't at the races. Oh, maybe he's taken a mick. Of course we were there. Alright. Pick it up. Now I could automatically choose, but there are no extra components, so screw it. The longer they bond with their mechanic, the closer they get to getting a couple of extra special components from their mechanic, but better feedback would work well for that as well. Right, let's pick up the pace. This is a long one, so we are going full speed right from the start. As the game goes on, I'll probably be doing that more often, because let's face it, 32 times around the same lap. I'm interested to see how people are performing. Decahedron in first place, probably because they did the worst in the practice. Say not much about Fonterra and Chamorro being behind them. Oh, a yellow flag already for Andarius. Broken neck must be cutting off the blood flow to his brain there. He crashed for Oh my god. Oh. I need to get Lenny from Mice and Men to go and take care of Andarius. Jesus. Only a few fibrous roots keeping that head and his shoulders there, I'm sure of it. Okay, Decahedron finally out because they had to pit early. Poor drivers and poor chassis leads to faster pitting. Faster pitting is bad. You want to be the latest to pit so you enjoy first place for the law. Oh god, no, what the hell is that? No! No, Chamorro! Okay, right, well, everything is on Fonterra now. Our soapbox car burst into flames in the pit. Oh god. They're gonna come away with horrible burns for that? God knows. Alright, let's look at a happier picture. Let's have a look at Kalpa. Now, I suspect that happened because my pit crew is complete ass. Maybe I should consider making them slightly better. It's a good thing we expect so little from our team, because that would be disastrous if we were, say, Nokia Boots, East India, or the Dutch people. Luckily, Andarius crashed immediately. That's an extra point. I love how right that is. Okay, Stuart, you're not the greatest of anything, but we need you out there, and we need you securing the points. Tire drag is really bad. Doesn't matter. Get out there, make it matter. God, I can't believe how good Kalpa and Finn are doing. Where was this performance in the first couple of races? They are storming it. Well, I say first couple. Kalpa took the second and the third race. If Kalpa can make a hat trick, it's going to be something incredible. Oh, easy now. Don't be making mistakes here. You made a mistake on the corner. I don't know if you ate anything for it, but eat my dust, Doctor. Yeah, I haven't heard a lot out of Dr. Massange, the middling performance of the best racer in God Republic, but at least he's still on the track. How is he in God Republic, though? God knows. Ninja doing amazingly well for his crappy Banzai team, holding it together. Kalpa securing yet another fastest lap. If he holds that, that's another 2 points. And that's another 2 points that the East India Company do not get. If you have gambled on them, I wouldn't feel quite so secure. They might be top dog, but it's an incredibly precarious top position to be having. Alright, Fonterra, don't join the retiree section. Slaughter Ninja. God, our engine ain't much. It's a couple of matchsticks with some steel wool wrapped around it. It's nae the best. Actually, it's literally the worst. Kalpa stealing the show. However, Kalpa has already pitted twice and has to make a third pit because they're running on supers, and those are grinding down like nobody's business. However, Finn is in first. Finn has, well, is also part of the team. They look set to take first and second. Nokia, I don't know where they've brought out whatever they're bringing out. Nokia's doing amazing, as long as Kalpa doesn't break their car again. Well, not again, but they love to risk on that. How's it going, Finn? Oh, again, Nokia love to risk it all. That's probably what they're doing. They're pumping everything they can into high-quality parts. They're not spending the time to build up their reliability, and that means that they are risking a whole lot because the reliability goes down so quickly. But doesn't matter. What matters is position, and the Nokia boots have taken first and second. Pandy coming in with Leveler to secure third and fourth, so that's actually pretty bad for the Duscher Rennes Sporting or whatever they're called. They're trying to check the fuel gauge a little lighter. Yeah, I can't quite read this. Give me some light. Shink. Right, let's hope that we didn't burn our very marketable guy to death. That probably wouldn't be good for marketability. Well, he's probably not dead, but we'll see how that one goes. Oof. And Darius didn't even last on the track long enough for us to see his little skull there. Poor Darius. Oh, wow. Oh, right, 0 stops. I thought it said 0 points. That would be different. Clear win for Team Banzai over DDR Racing. Hard to deny that. However, that's only 1, 2, 3 points they get over us. 1, 2, 3, 4 actually. Dang. Wait, what? Oh, 10-second penalty on Stewart. Probably for that yellow flag he got. Ooh, that's no good. That is the opposite of good, actually. We are now tied with Banzai. Ooh, it's no good. I know I said I'd come in 10th place, but come on, we can't have this happen to us, no. By the last place, I'm pretty sure all the racers will be on the track in stretchers. Gonna have to remote control these cars from the hospital bed. Wasn't a bad way to spend a Sunday afternoon, says Anon. Very modest, having won there. Still don't understand that logo, so... Nokian... I don't get it. They must understand. Finns, man. No one understands them other than other Finns. Best driver beating you both with a single driver. Is it possible to sabotage the other teams? No, it is not. You could, however, get a really crummy driver in front of other teams and block them, but the moment they get passed by, they become quite useless. I don't like the fact that you gained a trait. El Flambe. Oof, traumatized. The flames. Okay, Scipio wasn't very impressed because we came dead last. It's what we expect, but he probably saw how good we were doing otherwise. Did not like it. Should we see if Andarius still has a head? Oh god, why did we make less money this time? What happened? Ah, the upkeep's coming into its own, but that doesn't account for all of it. Oh right, we lost one of our sponsors for an upfront payment. Fair enough. Yeah, a different sponsor doing it in there. Zhang He, securing first place. Beautiful. Very beautiful. However, he's not part of the NPC Master Racing team. They took second and third, and that's points. Points make prizes. God, that's disgustingly good performance by the Finns. Plus fastest lap. The Kalpa actually won that. He didn't get first, but with that, his extra points secure him right up there. Wow, they are actually the closest competition to the East India. Again, if East India crashes out even once, Nokia secure. Of course, the other way around, if Nokia crash out, they're no longer really in the running to take first place. I wonder about that, Alec. I wonder. Let's go and see if Vandarius is feeling any better. There we go. Okay, no, he's still just got his dodgy neck. His neck didn't get any more dodgy from that crash. Autosport, let's take it. Let's hope we can get some good marketability out of this. Your brakes are holding the team back. Technical commentators agree. Is this true? Our brakes are awful. We need to work on it. I don't know. Should I be saying that our brakes are awful? I don't like to admit things, but he needs to button it. That would make him less happy. Yeah, do button it. Well, he's unhappy, but I didn't lose marketability. And marketability, in my opinion, is the only thing that matters with this. Unless you are very close to losing somebody. We had one pit mistake. As you know, this was an incredibly dangerous pit fire. I've spoken to the crew. We've reviewed our safety precautions. It was Jacob Fox. I will take matters into my own hands. Get out of here. Fox. You are so bad at everything. Can I not hire anyone that's better? Oh, finally, some people that don't suck so much. I'm going to hire you. I know I said I didn't want to buy pit crews so early, but clearly it's a problem. Those fires mean that we have to spend more time repairing our car. So I will get you. You're good at fixing and refueling. That's pretty good to have in. I don't like the fact that you have a mistake-based chance, but there we go. Just try and get in some people who are better. And I will trust Joe to organize them. 14 isn't amazing, but I don't want to micro these. Ugh. Just anything I can do to remove micro in this game. Chamro broke down into tears. It's taken a lot for me to get back into the car. An awful lot after an experience like that. I still don't know if I'm the same. Don't know if that's what people sign up for when they look at this and think, oh, I want to be part of this stream, not I want to be roasted alive in my car. Morcus again is delighted. Third time securing first place. First and second. Incredible. How long until that car gets repaired? Oh, I was actually very quick on the car repairs. I like to see that. And that's our new part made. Now the question is, can I make an even better than great suspension? Yes, we do get 4 slots. Excellent, that is so good. Right, now we're going to make our super dodgy but ultra good suspension. So, plus 25, plus 40. We can't use these great ones because we don't have the ability for it, but we do have 4 slots. So on top of that, we can get plus 30, and then plus 25, and now that. 145 performance on our suspension. Lovely. Expensive, takes a wee while, and it's risky, so I'd never want to use it, but this is something that will be inherited into our next build next season. Is the reduced red zone worth the risk? The other part is 25-2. Well, I'm taking both of them. I'm taking 4 pieces here, and I can't see anything else that would be worth it. This one isn't worth it because it only applies to wet tires and inters, so it doesn't get inherited into the next design. So, no, this is the best I can see, because that one's only plus 10. That one doesn't do anything for performance, and performance is all that matters. Bye-bye a million. So that'll get done, and there won't be that much to make beyond this, unless I get some nice stuff made. So I will focus my crew on improving the parts that I do have, fit them in, and we'll try to perform better than Banzai. It's going to be a big, bold thing to do, considering that we're tied right now with the worst team. God, I can't wait for our chassis to be better. Look at this. Weak hammer, weak MP on the fuel, medium strong and strong medium. I suppose that isn't that bad on that stuff, but one of the banks gives you a 3-star chassis to start off with, which is a whole lot better. With the worst acceleration, the second worst deceleration, the worst suspension, and by far the worst engine. Ugh. Horrible, but we knew this going into it. These were the risks. Let's keep going. Car repair is complete, so you can get to work on improving those parts. I absolutely want my gearboxes to not be terrible, which is what we're working on right now. I'm working on this performance because I need that performance to be good for the turn of the season. But I'm actually thinking it's not worth doing that right now. Better to improve these ones, because these ones I can use. This I'll never be able to use unless I'm feeling really plucky. And I can always improve that towards the end of the season. For now, let's improve the things that we're working with. Let's split it a bit better. It's going to be a couple races before these are reasonable. Car repair finished, carry on. Yeah, it loves to reassign my staff a lot. Which of the three options did you pick for saving money towards the next year's car? The middling one. I'm pretty confident I'll be rich enough to buy the best car anyway. Or the best parts of the car. As long as I don't go on a spending spree towards the end, I'm very good at managing my money. That goes for just about any game I play. Is there ever a game that I've played and I've just completely failed to manage the finances of? It's like, I suppose finances aren't just money, it can be resources like in Frostpunk. Brot would be one of the strongest drivers. Brot Bart. You say strongest, that's still pretty poor. Not a lot of improvability. Slow improvability. Good marketability. And they do well when they're not in first place, and they would never be in first place. Tempting, but we already have the drivers we want. It's just good to have the information there. And the suspension is donezo. We're not really in a position to make another new part, and I'm not going to waste my time working on the engine. We pretty much have the best of what I can reasonably make, so I'm not going to waste money on any more. That's a shame, but we'll have to make do with that. Don't want to fit any parts, not before the race. For God's sake, could we please get our factory done? Still 4 weeks, and Ardennes is in 15 days. Problems? Oh, don't tell me problems, I don't like hearing that. Will GMA bosses vote in 3 dry tire compounds? Interesting rule change. A move from 2 dries to 3. Instead of only super soft or medium, super soft, softs, and mediums. I thought we did have regular softs. GMA. Is the GMA not us? I don't get it. Okay, the Smoor is being an absolute nightmare. Well, they're from Worm. What do we care? Not only does he constantly belittle me talking to the press, now he's saying that I'm not ERS material. What do I do? Demand less money? That'd be nice. Get your head down. I do not know what these traits are. On reflection, I probably should have had the wiki open for it. Just get working hard. What does that even do? It sounds good. Fitness and morale. Ooh, that's kind of good. That offsets your horrible relationship with the mechanics, so you're gonna... Oh, that's really good, actually. Sweet. Great choice there, even though I didn't know what it would do. Aggression has never hurt anyone. I think it's quite the opposite. Alright, we got parts we could fit. Not going to fit them because they're not reliable enough. Let's carry on. Not much to do until... Oh, this is our vote then. 3 dries. Now, this is good. Well, it's unfortunate because I don't care about the vote. It was something that I really wanted, and it would be advantageous. That would be great. But since I don't care, what we can do is abstain and gain another vote. And these just keep piling up. You could have like 9 votes, so when something comes through, you can just hammer through and make sure you get it. And yeah, we can vote as many times as we have points. So we're just going to abstain. Skip to the end. The ayes have it. Oh, that's interesting. The GMA boss actually complains when there's no rule changes for the year. He's like, oh, I like change. But he's also immensely corrupt. Okay, another 56 days until we get another vote. Hopefully it'll be something that we do care about. Aggression boosts their attacking strats, but they're more reckless. They're more likely to do an Andarius. Yeah, not really keen on people doing Andariuses on me. God, I need more staff here. We could have had twice as many staff, but our factory is just so bad. Ellie would be one of the better drivers. Ellie Marsh. Ugh. That smoothness is bad, but your improvability is amazing. Unfortunately, your limits are very low. Nice and marketable, but part of that expires in 14 weeks, so hard to care about you. Any chance you'd have a word with Alexa about getting some new brakes for the car? I felt like we're lagging behind in the braking. We're not the worst on the grid. Really, we're not? Phenomenal. We're second worst on the grid. It's being worked on. For God's sake, stop moaning. We've done well to come from being a complete newbie to not being at the bottom. Joint bottom is something completely different. So, Asia and World Motorsport, 7 theirs, and Cape and Vancouver. Nancy Crew coming in 2. Scudera and, oh, the Itai Hito. The Weeb lobby's back in. Yeah, no, Scuderia State. Crikey! Actually, the NPC Master Racing team had this in the bag, and they've just got taken over by Ferrari. I don't know what happens when you come first at the very top. There's nowhere to promote to, but good job. God, that would be tight if we had voting going on there. And then the Asia Pacific. This one's more interesting because people will promote or demote out of here. And it's looking like Rance is going to join us in the Euro League, and Hell's Engine is comfortably making its way up to the next one. Danny Rakshasi. Love the Rakshasis with Lanka. Show the freelancers list for a bit, says TBW. As I said, if people have requests, we'll get them done. That will be under scouting. And down we come here. The freelancers that we have are both generated by the game and people that we've thrown YouTube scrubs in for. Actually, the difficult part is going to be knowing which ones are which. I should have favorited the ones that I put in, but so be it. Can you show if any principal is at risk of losing their job? You can check that way out at your own screen, because it shows you available jobs of people that are at risk or uneasy. So we don't really care about the ones that we haven't done anything with. But the European Racing Series, Brazil comes to you. TBW is not happy with a mysterious BR. Best races in God's Republic. Gee, I wonder why. K Walken here is not happy with Frozen Kaiser. He's not looking good there with his position. And yeah, the Dutch Rennsport as well. Getting a little uneasy there for Herr Kommissar. You're going to have to pull it around. Problem is your drivers suck so much. I don't know why we know about JJ Nitro, but we do. He's old though. Oh, my hip. Come on, you're 39. Pull it together. Quite a lot of risks going on in Asia Pacific. The Spider Mastermind has been looked down upon by the Icon of Sin. Esficoli and the Iron Dames. They're at risk. Rance Castle Racing. Oh my god, the multi-talented old man isn't talented enough. And Darius is costing me my career. Then you need to have the stones to make the decisions that need to happen. Sack Andarius or bring in your reserve driver more. Andarius' poor neck. It's just holding on by a splint. Who else was there? Oh, surprisingly, the Koopa Racing did well recently. Why are they not looking so good? Is that Bowser Koopa? Who is Sea Trooper? I can't figure that one out. Koopa Trooper would make sense if it was a K, but it's not. So, who's Sea Trooper? Beyond me, let's carry on. I'm going to travel to the Ardennes. What's up, bribes? Our sponsorship deals, we won't have to care about this until after this race. Hopefully I can get rid of this 2-star and get a half-decent 3-star. It's Captain Koopa Troopa, says Resty. There we go. Now we know. We can't click on them to see their full names there, sadly. Okay, Ardennes. I fancy True Leveler. Ooh, says Fabio Torino, ex-driver and former World Motorsport champion. No surprise we walked away with it. I'd say it would be a surprise. He's been eating Nokia dust for 3 races now. Come on, have at. Oh, I didn't think to sort out my car with anything new, though. But our suspension is not reliable enough. Except, I suppose, no condition loss on first race. You could give that a cheeky go if you thought you could have it, Javier. You get 1 shot on this, don't let me down. If that does let me down, then too bad. These are looking better, but I'm not sure it's better enough to justify in you go then. In you go. That's very low reliability. Just don't pit for God's sake if you need to. 104 is really nice and it's not risky. Alright, go for it. Taking a bit of a risk here with these new parts, but who knows? Maybe we'll actually. I do want to come ahead of Banzai. I need that marketability pretty badly. Nah, that's not so bad. This is our 5th race out of 10. Considering we spent 2 hours just setting up, that means about 4 hours for a season. Seems reasonable. And I do appear to have 2 hours of music left, that's good. You'll pass Andarius' gravestone in the 5th lap, don't worry. Died the way he lived, crashing and burning. Well, actually, we have the burning taken care of. Right, get that simulated practice session going. Can't help but notice that I haven't saved whatsoever during this run, but we have autosaves going.
So, here's the boat.
Wrecked. Look at that. Outperforming both of those suckers. That's +2 points. If only practice was the real thing. Kalpa will be thinking that as well, but Kalpa's going to make it the real thing. Get out there. Darius finishing a race. Come on now, we can't work miracles here. Right, get to it. Go DDR Racing. Ooh, Ricardo Clar loves us a little too much. A worried man. I haven't worried in years. Get out there. Again, just auto pick, unless you got some sweet things from your mechanic, but they haven't been together long enough to get the mechanic boost. Go, go, go. And Darius enjoying first place. But why is he racing in the first place? His neck's broken. Go, 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 Andarius. This is your time to shine. Alright, taking bets on how Andarius dies here. Secured the fastest lap, but that's a formality. He was the first one to do a lap. Oh, he is burning through that tyre, but I suppose we all are. All of us on super soft burn those like nobody's business. The big changes don't tend to happen until the first round of pitting. I will say Andarius has a pretty hefty lead though. Maybe that car isn't all that, or maybe he's just powered by rage. He'll show them all. He's never gonna pit. He's installed a lot of batteries or something to keep it going. Powered by his neck. He managed to smuggle in some kind of nuclear fuel in there. To hell with the cancer. He wants one thing, and that's winning a race. I'm a little worried about the lack of fuel in both my guys. I hope they don't double pit. You're certainly pitting. We'll see how that goes for you. Okay, okay. Good, good. They didn't double pit. Shamoro's going in for the next one. JJ is burning those tires. I can't believe the lengths you went to just to keep first place there for a while. You won't hold it though. It's pit to clock. And then out you come at a less than glorious 6th point. Actually, looking at it, the line for pitting cuts out the corner a bit. I feel like you could be very cheeky and like pretend you're pitting, but don't, just to cut out a bit of track. There's probably some kind of rule against that. I think you're forced to slow down in pit areas. I bet that's not fully followed though. Okay, Spambuka and their friend both pit. And Darius back in first place. He's on a vendetta. You're taking those corners a bit dicey there, aren't you? Oh, what's this? Should we sneak in a bit of a pit stop? You figure that out. Would not be a bad idea to get something fixed if you have low condition. So, Krebsig, who have you let down here? The fake German Rennsport have been doing very underwhelming in this entire season, and you have just crashed out. Too bad, but that's a point we're gonna get over you. You actually showed the rule about the speed limit in the pit lane before. Sounds reasonable, but I didn't notice. Looking at something isn't the same as seeing something. And seeing isn't the same as noticing. How could there have been overtaken? There was a safety car there. Right, my god, this means Andarius has secured first place for more than half the entire race. That's very impressive. He's going to be gutted that he hits the safety car, because it's going to make him lose all that advantage. There's some kind of rule about whether you have mixed safety car and digital safety car, and something else about no safety car at all. Don't really understand how it is, but must be a lot of fun being a safety car driver. For one, most of the time you don't need to do anything, so you just get paid for whatever, but being able to be out there, annoying so many people because they don't like it. They want to see the action. And Darius got that pit in before anybody else, means whilst everyone else pits, he only has to make up, 33 seconds. Maybe not so great. On the other hand, our engine's looking a bit rickety here. JJ Nitro in first? How can this be? Echter Dutch, I am pretty convinced you're not going to be making it, but what in the world is going on with the Finns? Where are they at? Okay, there's good old Kalpa. He was in second place, but now he's pitting. And on Finn, okay, good, they're not double pitting, but Finn's having yet more hardware failure. What's the point of modding that? It's half the part of racing. Oh, you mean modding out the control of them? Because I don't like that part. I love managing my team. I do not care one iota about microing the races. Probably have to explain that every time there's a race, but I get it. If you like the racing, then yeah, great. By vanilla, you can do that. But me, I would not be playing this as a long play if I didn't have a way to get rid of the micromanagement of the races, because it's just something I don't enjoy at all. I am so surprised at JJ coming in here. There's the much needed pit. Comes out in 6th. However, he has pitted twice and he is the first in all the people who have pitted twice. There's a slight chance that maybe True Leveler doesn't pit a second time. Surely he doesn't have the fuel for that. No, he just came out of pits. There we go. Meanwhile, though, we are dead last by a wide margin, and we've done 2 pits. That's a bit annoying, because Ninjin's even in 14th place. I kind of need a horrible disaster to befall the Banzai team. Speaking of disasters, where's our main man Andarius? Safely in the pit, not catching fire? That would just be the worst. On top of everything else, he just gets burnt to a crisp. Okay, I'm worried about the engine. Is over to you. What? Oh, well, oh, good. We've taken over the Andarius. That's a good sign. But we probably need to... No, there's no way we're pitting here. Slowly and steadily wins the race, Andaria. Ooh, wow, not that slow. He manages to give Fonterra a run for their money. Race comes to an end. That's really, really bad for us, actually. Because, wow, they got 1, 2, 3, 4 points over us, did our enemies, the Banzai. Oof, I know I said we'd come in 10th. That didn't mean I wanted to come in 10th. At least by picking the worst team, Ninjin made us the only team as bad as Jake's. Yeah, no, you are worse than the worst team when you make your own. No question. Well, I'll be damned. Somehow, Andarius maintained the fastest lap and got 2 extra points, despite driving like an old granny for the rest of it, meaning our points were pathetic. Oof. However, fake German Rennsport got 6, 7 points, so they only got 1 more than us. Damn, and that was me using my good stuff as well. Oof. That's bad. It's real bad. My psychic told me JJ would win. I should have placed a bet. And on Finn wanting a 4th win in a row, that's a bit greedy. We'll get there with the engines, not good player, but it's not cost effective for us to do it right now. The lady was trashing you. You're a trash team. You're a 4th-rate racer with a 3rd-rate car. Okay, I'll take a quick glance at our sponsors, but I won't take any until it's race time because something else may spawn if there's not already 3. If there's already 3, we'll just take one as is. Ooh, I feel bad about being where we predicted. Still, that's 5 races done, 5 more to go. But we really turn it all around next season, I hope, when our car won't be quite the sack of crap that it is. Apparently it's better than Banzai's. I'm not willing to believe that, but that's what the game says. Not the ideal. Alright, BBC, I need that marketability. East India Trading Company Racing Division's leveler had quite a bit of a disaster. What's your analysis? Ooh. He's an awful driver. Yeah, that guy that came first when we're coming 19th is awful. Yeah, these are probably better decisions, but people demand the roasting. New personality trait. How dare you? He will not discuss terms with us for a year. I mean, he's not the world's greatest driver, far from it, but if the opportunity ever came, he's closed the door on us. Punching up is fine. Okay, no danger, but there was one pit mistake. Finn finished second. Yeah. There we go. Alright, again, there's nothing for us to really work on the car. In order for us to make better parts, we need better things in the headquarters. And for us to get a bunch of those better things, we need to wait, sadly, for the design center and probably the factory to be done. But that'll be done in a week, so we're okay. Car repair gets done. And then... Oh, I still want these to be better. Certainly want these to be better. Oh god, there's so much I want to be better. Sponsors, though. We've got 3 fresh ones coming in. Wonderluck. Pay a very steady amount. Kashina. Pay up front. Now, this is definitely less, but it's also less of a commitment. God, that is a long commitment for a level 3 deal, but probably better just taking the money. God, that's a long time. Well, whatever, I'll just take it. Easy 10 mil. It is an easy 10 mil, but God knows what opportunities we say no to. I quite like the debating over the sponsors, because it's a real... what's the word when there's benefit in the future, potentially, or benefit now? It's not cost-benefit analysis, but something else. Cars are all repaired. You're busy working on it. Let's keep on keeping on. Opportunity cost. Thank you, Kaiser. You'd know all about that, right? How's the job looking? Okay, no time for stopping. I want that. Oh, no. Always bothers me when that happens. It makes me think I'm going off to a race myself, but nope. The World Championship, Nancy Crew. Grabbing in first place with Donald again. The NPC is losing ground here. That's meant to be the strongest team in the whole game, and they're losing to Scuderia Berari. And on top of that, Nancy Crew is not far behind. I can't believe Johan Motors is doing okay. That's unreal. Yeah, I haven't saved whatsoever. Let's do that. What would this be? This would be first season, 6th race. That's where we're going to. Might as well keep it somewhat chronological. The game has autosaves, but I've had games that autosave and don't autosave. Right, carry on. My HQ is almost upgraded. There we go. Our factory is suddenly not terrible. The design center is also slightly less terrible. There is a strong desire to upgrade the design center to maximum. Very expensive, very worthwhile, but did I mention that it's very expensive? Well, we should be looking at our new buildings that we can use to improve what we currently have. Weather patterns I don't care so much about. Wind tunnel definitely not, because wing parts are stock. Stock isn't the right word, but spec. They're spec parts. Upgrading suspension isn't a priority for us right now. We've already made the best suspension we are likely to do here. Yeah, because we already made it great with an epic piece on top of that. But I might consider brakes or gearbox. So what would I want? Telemetry or R&D? Preferably both. Telemetry and R&D. Oh man, the helipad is tempting, but why would I not just get this immediately? It doesn't cost much, and it does unlock 5-star. Very quick to make as well. Give it to me. I want it. Bit of an extravagance, but I'm still having it. Okay, what was it? Telemetry and brakes. Ooh, difficult. But I'm a big believer in the gearboxes. This is costing an arm and a bleeding leg. How's our current gearbox? Which is the one I'm most likely to want to upgrade? We have risky brakes and risky suspension, but we don't have a risky gearbox. So I think I'm going to work on the gearbox if I can. That means new building, telemetry, gearbox. Get it built. Bye-bye money. Now Scipio is going to bite my hind legs off for this. But that's okay. I'm the one that decides the finances. He's just the one that decides if I get to keep my job or not. And I'm feeling pretty secure. If they become too unhappy, you'll be fired. That's not entirely correct. You'll be given an ultimatum. Fail that and you'll be fired. Carry on. Could use a therapist for one of our drivers. Not happening. Have we gotten any 4 stars? No, because we don't have 4-star sponsorship appeal. We need a bit more marketability, and for that we need our team marketability to go up. Which means we need to do better than 10th place, or have some events that help out. Oh, what do we have here? It occurs to me, occasionally, that you team principals may be interested in tabling a particular motion. I'd like to offer you the chance to add an additional vote to this season's number. Wouldn't be the GM Supremo if I just allowed you to choose a vote. 1 million to choose the next vote. This is fantastic. We will take it up. Good thing I had 1 million for this. And this is where, right? This battle will not be won on being an amazing driver or an amazing principal or anything like that. This is won on nepotism and underhanded politics. We are going to find spec engines. All those other teams have been spending God knows how much upgrading their engines whilst we have spent nothing. We are about to make all of that work that they have done a waste of time because we're all going to have exactly the same engine. Meanwhile, I've been working on my brakes, my suspension, and my gearbox. Have at. Now we must win this vote or else that's 1 million down the drain, all my accumulated votes, everything. So, let's hope we win this one. Fortunately though, 3 teams will... Wait, they think we won't benefit. Well, we definitely will. That means that these people are likely to vote for it. 1, 2, 3 of them, plus us is 4. Only 2 are suspected to vote against, but we're definitely confirming that one. All teams use a standard V8 engine, performance level 150. Our current performance is something like 5, so yes please. And I get a reduction on it because we have a financial background. Alright, when's that vote coming? I want it as soon as possible. Potential rule change, see Some around the paddock seem to think it would be quite a loss to see engine development stopped. Technological telling us. I hate the idea of limiting the team's ability to improve. Motorsport is as much about technology as I don't disagree, but I've got winning to do. Now this won't affect until the next race. Not next race, the next season. So earlier when I was saying I was hoping it's before there, it doesn't actually matter. Engines won't become spec if it passes until 2017, and we're currently in July 2016. Okay, now this is the risky one. Start the vote. Now, we think we have it in the bag, but this is huge. We will put all of our votes into voting for the spec engine. Very risky, because I mean, what if they just put more votes into this? That would be bad. So yeah, power of corruption, abstaining and using all those votes to force through something very good for us. If we overshoot this, I won't even be mad. The most important thing is that this passes. Go. East India's 4. Ooh, Finns are against. Dusher 4. Worm is against. Mysterious BR is for us. Nitram is for us. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Gimme, gimme, gimme. So I didn't even need to vote. I could have abstained and made some. Was not worth the risk. This is enormous. So, thanks to corruption, we have spec engines for 2017. That means we do not need to spend anything on our engines until we promote. So that means that we can focus entirely on the other parts, and it's going to level the playing field. So look at this, we're not that bad compared to the others. Fair bit below average, but we can make that up, especially this season. Because I think other people are still going to be working on their engines. We will not. There's no reason for us to care this season about our engine. Utter scum, just like real F1 manager. Corruption wins again, baby. Alright, let's carry on after feeling really good about that. Now, reasonably, you could have saved before the vote and then just saved your votes on it, but we don't do that around here. We're running an expose on Nokia and their awful working practices. Testimonials, they overworked, understaffed. We could reduce their marketability. Now, I won't actually see any impact on that, so there's no point in angering my own people here. Again, I don't know how the AIs work. Do they actually have to care about money or not? Nay clue. When things like that aren't very upfront, game designers tend to just abstract it all away. Even for this game, which is from, what, 2016? I think so. Right, carry on. Asian Super Cup doing their 6th round as well. Thought you were going to steal blueprints, but this is even more underhanded. Yeah, you got to do these things legit. So that even if somebody says, oi, oi, that was nasty, you say, well, followed all the rules, didn't we? Don't blame the player, blame the game. But don't blame the player, which is me. Blame the game, which is the GMA. Can't believe the performance of Ramsey here for Hell's Engines. 2 extra points for qualifying in pole position and 2 more for fastest lap. They are drinking it up for Hell's Engine. I don't even know what they're doing in Asia Super Cup. They should be up in the World's champion. Right, carry on. I don't know why it stopped here. Something going on with the car or parts improvements. Those are looking good. Well, looking very good actually. But all the better because we have loads of staff allocated now. I'm not going to stop working on this until it's 80%. So we'll carry on. Sneaky, underhanded, downright distasteful. I love it. You and me both. Alright, those gearboxes are being taken off here. I need to work on the reliability for some other things. I do want to be using some of these better parts that I have, but there's no point using them because they're just going to break apart. Ugh, my engines might not be spec, but they are grim. Also, they're 0. Their stats are just 0. That's horrible. Okay. It's a shame it doesn't show you what's currently being used on this list. That would be very useful. We'll look at fitting parts instead then. Front wing is spec, so that doesn't matter. Same with rear wing, and soon to be for engine as well. Can't use that part, it's risky. So we're on that, we're on that. I gotta take you off of this because you've already had your first race. So regrettably, I've got to put you onto this, and soon I'll work on our better suspension. Allows us much better cornering. Which means it's time to improve both of those. You and potentially you, I guess. Needs to be done. Must need. It's going to take forever, but what you going to do? Pit crew is complete ass. Do we have anybody better we can hire? Please. 11 on tires, 7 on refuel and fixing. That sounds good to me. Welcome aboard. Fewer fires, please. It's all I ask. Thoughts on the design center? Pretty good. Definitely not the best. Shove it. Just never listen to your people when they're complaining about the state of your headquarters. It's not worth spending multi-million pounds on the whims of your bloody drivers, and they're not going to care if you ignore them. Wow, Donald took one for the dodgy neck there. Fair amount of disastrous things happened, but look at that. The NPC Master Racing team took it back. How did that happen? Did anyone crash out? Nothing indicating that, but how in the world did Scuderai do so bad there? They're up there and down here. It's just that the NPC Master Racing team did great, and there are a lot more top-weighted points being given out. Oh, the scallops. This game does not automate pit crew correctly, says Cool Fatso. Could you elaborate? Are you telling me that the pit crew is not being managed by my individual properly? Probably not if Cockram is sitting there at such low whatchamacallits. I mean, that seems considerably better, except you blow hard. Well, they're all pretty terrible. As I said, as long as they're not starting fires, it's okay. And I really don't want to micro even my pit crews. Alright, what's going on now? A roundup. 5 races to go till the end of the season, rapidly approaching. True Leveler claims he's not feeling the pressure of being the man to catch. Doesn't bother me at all. East India Company Racing Division. Yeah, they're looking good. They're looking too good. No wonder H. Eldon is feeling so good. See if you can't be brought down a bit. What's your problem, Stuart? The parts we got fitted are looking naff, boss. Car's looking rubbish, boss. What's wrong with your car? Don't look that naff. Doesn't look that good, granted, but chin up. She purrs. Like boiled cat. Alright, back to Germany where nobody wants to be. Come to think of it, wasn't Germany the attrition centre? 4 people crashed and burned when we were last here. This car's an absolute piece of crap, boss. Really is. Okay. Get the usuals in. Just simulate practice, because again, I get that this must be appealing to a certain kind of person, but not me. Just get it done. I'm all about managing the team, not microing the race. Then again, maybe if I microed, we'd do a bit better than this. Jeez. Time for Shimoda to become the Human Torch again. I wonder if they're still traumatized. I think the trauma lasted for 6 or 8 weeks. And it's been a couple since the fire, right? Oh, come on, stiff upper lip. Although, something is wrong here. Something is very wrong here. Oh, right, no, I just didn't scroll down far enough. Something is very right here. I didn't see Rombik there. I was like, whoa, whoa, what? Where is he? And when I didn't see him here, I got real worried. But nope. Rhombidecahedron is where they belong. Gutted by Jake's racing in practice. Come on. To be gutted, you'd have to have expectations. Lots of curves, lots of difficulties. Yeah, imagine if it starts raining as well. It will rain. Okay, you guys just better hold it together. Late breaker. I like to scare myself a little on every corner. Please don't. Not now. Damn, Javier is actually getting some decent stats. It's a shame I have to pay them so damn much. Nothing new to be selected here. Alright, get on with it. Get those ambulances ready. Alright, Fonterra gets to enjoy being first place. Won't last, but hey, maybe you can pull an Andarius and score the fastest lap. Oh, no, instantly overtaken. By none other than the Andarius. His neck's been oh man. You ever had a dodgy neck and have it fixed in a few weeks? No, 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 no. That ain't how it works. Still though, get on there, Andarius. You want to prove you're the best? Get out there and make it happen. I'm going to do it mega fast. Got 25 laps to churn through here. True Leveler securing fastest lap. Very impressive. Remember, True Leveler is the golden child of this entire racing circuit. Will he be able to lead the East India Company to glory? 40% of voters are hoping so. They knew they were the strongest. Now, as time goes on, we will be having votes on every single season. Or gambling, rather. And as seasons go on, it's going to become less and less apparent who the front runners are. Well, with the promotion, the demotion, people improving their cars, changing drivers, no real way to know, is there? On top of that, we'll have an unknown with the demotion coming into East India. Now, because they demoted from a better overall series, it could be that they're just a whole lot better than us, but how do we know? Okay, it's getting mega wet out here. Everybody's going to be on wet, probably for the rest of the race now. Chamorro is actually in their element in the wet. Fonterra, absolutely not. Eating up last place, whilst Andarius surprising us all with second. Could it be that Andarius is actually a very good driver and we just didn't know? God knows. Going through these tires like a fat guy go through hot dogs, saying Chamorro. The lines get really repetitive in this game. A lot of things actually get repetitive in this game, but overall managing does not for me. I'm confused about the qualifiers here. Why would you want to become first in a qualifier if you end up last on the grid? I don't know. No, I don't know why in real life either. There are rules about it though. In some seasons or series, coming in first in practice actually puts you in pole position. I think that's the case for the Asian Cup. I guess it's done here to give the losers a bit of a chance, but you're right, why would a good team not purposely lag behind? Okay, the rain has stopped, the rain doesn't appear to be coming back. It's going to be very bright, probably ever... Oh my god, that's Nokia probably out of the running for first place, unless there is a crash by the East India Trading Company as well. That is up to 20 points down the drain. Anon Finn looked good for securing first place, but they got too greedy. And now Kalpa has to lead alone. A scary proposition. I can't believe Andarius is doing so well. But we're looking too much at Andarius. Let's check out Leveler. East India Company. Feels a bit bad to root for the Golden Child anyway, but I can't deny Leveler's patience and performance. Despite being bested 3 times by Finns, he's bounced back. However, we got that problem again, don't we? They're riding their parts really hard. We haven't seen that cause any noticeable issues so far, but we don't know if that's what causes these crashes or not. It would be surprising if that didn't have any weighting on it. But Leveler's a great guy. I sincerely doubt he's going to be crashing so easily. He probably doesn't need to pit anymore. Hard to say. I actually think he will have to pit for a smidgen of fuel, but that's about it. It's one of those positions where not pitting could be the difference between victory and failure here. Oh man, Kalpa cannot be happy with that. That must mean that they're fixing something in the pit. And that takes a while. Takes a hell of a while. Yeah, no, Christ, I would never consider pitting for repairs on lap 22. Out of 25, that is. Then again, he's already seen his teammate go down and out. And we don't know if poor Finn is injured or not. They don't show injury here, but we don't know if that's the case or not. That usually doesn't apply until after, I think. Regardless, though, we are beating Decahedron, we're beating Ninjin. If we secure that all the way to the finish line, we'll be able to turn around this disastrous situation that came about, thanks to our own little accident. And then it's all going to come up Thrill House. No, now is not the time for fixing. Just get that last gulp of fuel and go. Oh, that third pit. I hope Chamorro doesn't need one. Oh, they do. Tiny bit of fuel. It hurts, but hopefully... Well, Ninjin also took a third and they're behind us. Race control, final lap. JJ Nitro? Wow, the Deutsche Rennsport are not giving it up. They saw the weakness of Nokia. Decided now is the time to make everything right. Isn't Smoor part of that as well? No, Smoor is part of Wormrot. It's Goose that's Deutsche Rennsport. And are they... Oh my goodness! If they can make this come together for first and second, that would be a reasonable challenge to the Leveler supremacy. Leveler had a disastrous pitting. Can they bring it back at the end? Amazing! Amazing! How they managed to pull that last part out for a second place. That really shows that the EIC are not willing to surrender this to the Dutch. Oh well, at least Ninjin's been lapped. Good, we're safe from Ninjin and pretty safe from Decahedron. If we can just set 17th and 15th, then we'll call that a pretty good result. Even though you think it sucked, I know better. Okay, I need a better car, says Andarius. I have to pit 3 times way too often. Who's my team manager? They need to be spoken to. Well, we'll see just how at risk our good friend Frozen Kaiser is very soon. I can't believe JJ Nitro pulled that one away. I'm muckle impressed. Who rules the way? Certainly not the Dutch. We got all these other tabs that I've not been looking at. This kind of stuff doesn't interest me. It's too much information stew, something like that. There's a term for it, but I find it pretty difficult to care. I just want the event results. Oh my gosh, actually True Leveler did win. He got the fastest lap, another 2 points. Wow, he is really carrying East India Trading Company. Pandy's kinda crummy. I don't want to sound that negative, but come on, Pandy. Anyway, we score 1, 2, 3, 4 points over these guys as well. Wait, do we? They got 5 and we got 10. Oh yes. Can we bring it all back? Nothing's impossible. I love seeing that crashed, but seeing a crash from Anon Finn is surprising. We'll have to go and check how they're doing and maybe give them a get well card. There's a single point between us. Unfortunately, it's in their favour. JJ Nitro got the win, followed by True Leveler and Bellcat. DDR Racing, make sure you give Brazil Comes to You a good beating. Hate them. Put them in their effing place. Calm down, Maria. Shank Sports bring out the worst in people. Finn's second crash. Wonder if we can see how their concentration is. It's Dark Young in a wig. Oh god, why do I have a trait here? Rival. The driver will not join a team with their rival, Romby. Oh, well, that's not going to be a problem. I would never have that idiot Romby as a teammate. Trust me, not a problem. Lasts a whole year, but I don't know what would come over us to bring Romby on board. Marketability is at 65. If I get a single event to push it up to 70, we should have what we need to get better sponsors. I think I'm counting that wrong, actually. Maybe I need 15 and not 5, because it's an average. Well, whatever. Just show me that money. Not making as much as we did before, but we have more expenses and we switched out sponsors. I know 10th position is what we're expecting, but this cannot stand. Never tolerate the BR. Suffer not the BR. Oh, I didn't take a good look at the top position there. Ooh, that's a decent lead right there. You'd need to bring 17 points in benefit for the Echterduster Rennsport, and I think that crash just cost Nokia the win. Reasonably, with how he's performing, you'd see another like 15 at least points here. Bring them up to be at least competitive, but all I can do is shake my head. You're not in there, Finn. My car is manufactured by dwarves. Menaces with spikes of iron. On the car is an image of True Leveler and Finn in pigtail. Finn is crashing. True Leveler is laughing. If Dwarf Fortress were Motorsport Manager. Okay, practice going on. Car condition, Autosport. Let's get that marketability that we need. Simple question: who is better? Javier. He's the one I give all the bleeding money to. There we go. I don't know what I won't answer that does. Probably nothing good. Probably hurts marketability if I had to guess. Not. Well, we had another bleeding mistake. Could these pit crews stop being so awful? I don't think that guy elaborated on why the pit crew auto-manage doesn't work. Or at least doesn't work properly. But, that would make me a bit sad. Come on, let's get some people that don't suck in here. Come on. I'm not looking for good, I'm just looking for not terrible. Rear jack and refueling? I don't know if I'm needing someone else that's good on rear jack, but whatever. Kalpa's carrying Anon as hard as he can, but it's just not enough. That's right, we wanted to go and see how he's feeling, didn't we? Good to see that Nexol right there, Andarius. Well, he came out with nary a scratch, and for some reason, job is secure over in Nokia. But no, the real question is how's Kaiser feeling? I don't know if we get notification on anyone who walks, but surely we'll notice if somebody looks a bit out of place. God, Liara Tassoni running the Normandy SR Racing. Horrific. You think racing these cars is one thing, try to dodge the romance options for Liara Tassoni in Mass Effect. Alright, keep it going, repair the car, continue to work on the car. I mean, the car is trash, but it's getting slightly less trash as time goes on. We're not looking to fit parts, we're looking to use our massive amounts of engineers to improve what we do have. But it is of vital importance that you are maxed out, you're already being maxed out, and you are maxed. Oh Christ, that changes that up, doesn't it? Doesn't look too bad, I suppose. I do like the idea of having some brakes that don't suck, but some engines that weren't flat zero would be nice as well. I don't know what it is with the auto allocation here, it's not what I'm looking for. Why am I working on this gearbox? Right, that's the one that I'm bringing forward with me. Or is it? I'm building something that will get me a better gearbox soon. Telemetry center will be done in 16 weeks, that's too late for us to care about, so never mind that. So we do want to improve that gearbox. I need to eventually work on this suspension. Screw those brakes, we don't care about them so much. Those are the brakes that need to be better. Making these better would be nice, but I don't think it's worth the risk. I want these as good as they can be for next season, not this season. Alright, that seems fair. 2 races time, that should be good, and that'll be all we need to inherit. Now we just need to focus on not coming dead last. It'll be good for us. Marketability, if nothing else. Can you see the other team's cars, Jake? Good question. I'm not sure about that. I can't click on that. Oh, that's my car. Right, I can see their chassis makeup, but I don't think I can see the exact stats of their car. I can see their factory and... well, I mean, they got rubbish now, don't they? Factory and design center level 2 is really good. This shows that the worms are probably unlikely to hold as well as they do, because they've only got level 1 here and here. Whereas Brazil comes to you, 30 staff, that's really good. That's a lot of fixing and improving they can do. Surprised they're only earmarked for 5th place. Well, it matters little, let's keep going. Ah, right, East India got their telemetry, they'll be able to work on better gearboxes. That's a shame, I was hoping people would focus on getting better engines, but can't have it all. GM to vote on changes of the tyre used. Bring in low profile tyres, very distinctive, 2nd lowest performance, fairly cheap. Expecting their vote to come down to money. Richer teams will want higher performance to make the most of their cars. Smaller teams will certainly want to save the money. Ah, you had me at saving money. But I'll probably abstain. It's more important to have political power for decisions that really matter. Something like an extra racetrack would allow us to make more money off of our sponsorship deals. Okay, NPC Master Race. Cleaning the floor now. Thank you, Henry of Scallots. You're making it matter. Then again, the points are so skewed towards top place that just one race of them not doing particularly well, and say Nancy Crew or Scuderia doing well, would change that. And yeah, Hell's Engine have this one in the bag. Good job. I don't think Jake needs to claw his way out of 10th. It's just a tiny bit. There's not a lot of clawing, but I certainly don't want to be in 10th place. Works good for our marketability if we do better than that. Alright, we're coming towards the end of August. Is it actually... oh, it's the 24th of August. Who would have thought? That's cute. Okay, low profile tyres. We don't particularly care, but I love getting extra votes, so we abstain. Interesting. I really thought it would go through, but El Cheapo team's not... well, actually, I don't really know their budgets, do I? Do we even have a way of checking that? Marketability, I suppose, will give a hint as to their sponsors, but... yeah, hard to say. Okay, not happening. Political recess, so we'd probably be one more vote for the season. Design team is waiting. What are they? No, we're still improving parts. I'm not designing any parts because there's nothing worth designing at this point. There's no point working on the engine because engine will be spec next season. So any work here, sure, it would help us a little bit for this racing, but 1.5 million per new engine, plus whatever I pay for improvements? No, and more no. Plus the time it would take to actually tweak it to be a lot better. Yeah, I don't really want to work on anything else until I get either into the next season or my telemetry center is done. I don't think my telemetry center will be done in time. Javier has become a sim racing enthusiast. He's become more marketable. Sadly, he was already 100, so there's no real bonus to that. But getting a bit more overtaking, which is already his forte. And yeah, he just leveled it up as well. Well, I like that. Continue on, Javier. We need you around. We've got our helipad. We've got our staff center. Can't upgrade the helipad. Could upgrade staff center. Not going to. God, these buildings are so expensive. Tour center will give happiness of fans and make us more money. 80,000 per race. We would have to do 20 races. 19 races to break even. But we are going to be doing 19 races, so I guess. I just feel like this 1.5 million would be more suited to just being had. Yeah, screw it. Let's have the best place around. This feels like a mistake. This feels like a big mistake. Yeah, screw it. We'll eventually make money. I saw the amount of money you had and thought, wow, you'll be able to buy a lot. Then I saw the building cost and thought, maybe not yet. You live and die in your sponsorship deals, and that is why I have gone to great lengths to ensure that we're getting at least 3-star sponsorships for most things. We've got a couple of 2 stars. Sometimes a lower star is actually better, but in one race we'll be able to ditch the Auto Delta and hopefully get a really good 3-star. I just wish we could get that marketability up 5% more. We're not getting good reviews for it. If we had good interviews, we'd be able to get marketability from saying outrageous things, but... What's this? I've always expressed myself through my hair, says guy in a cap. I just felt I needed a change, said the 20-year-old. New haircut, marketability +5. You don't say. Well, we need that, don't we? God knows how that's newsworthy, but there you go. Alright, Guildford coming up. 20% chance of rain. Probably 100% every time. Let's make our way over to Guildford. Could have been worse. She could have hired Andarius. We would have had to spend so much time fixing our bleeding car. Acceleration. Our acceleration is a bit lackluster. Well, lackluster isn't the worst, so I'm happy with that. Dr. Masson is hoping to pick up a few points. Make a huge difference to my position. It's not easy being down my position. Yeah, I feel for you, Doctor, but we care about number 1 around here. I don't think I want to fit any of these parts. They do look more reliable. How long is this this race? 23 laps is nice, but they are 3.47 miles each. Oof. 68 is not good enough reliability for that, so no new parts. We're going to make do with what we have. And I want to make absolutely sure we have the good stuff here. Not good enough stuff. Let's go. We need engineer time making him a sturdier neck brace. Poor Andarius. Well, Anon Finn has crashed twice, but Andarius has crashed thrice. And we don't know if he's going to crash anymore. I don't know why the AI aren't using their reserve drivers when their main ones are absolutely banged up. But it does solidify my position that there is no point having a reserve driver whatsoever. The sheer cost of having one. Imagine I had a half-decent driver here who I paid like £300,000 to. That's 3 million gone in a season for somebody that I might not use at all. And it's like, oh, but they'll get better over time. Yeah, or I could save that 3 million and use it for just hiring someone who's better already. I don't understand. Maybe someone who's very flush with this game will understand better, but not in DDR racing. Maybe that's your problem, Andar, if you're wearing blinders in the car there. Get a paid driver with high feedback and run them during practice for free money. I have tried that, Andrij. It never works. Whenever I put someone in as my practice driver, there's no way to take them out, and I'm always forced to use my my drivers that I put in practice on the real thing. I have tried and tried to find a way to do exactly what you're saying, and never had it work. Oh, there we go. Kalpa is continuing to lift so much. Well, I want the race to start now. Ugh. Makes me very glad to not be in Twitter. Alright, auto pick. Do we have any... Oh, we do. We've got ultra soft tyres wearing more slowly. Sadly, these aren't ultra soft. They are super soft. I'm not even sure if we have access to ultra softs. Probably not. Still, get yourselves in there, get racing, get winning. And Darius actually has the fastest car in the league. The loose head is just used as a parachute to slow him down. The standards was inferior Pierce. His inferiors. Alright, Fonterra enjoying first place. Not really making the most of it like Andarius does. And my god, True Leveler just chomping up fastest right there. Oh, it's so sad just seeing my drivers do terribly. I know exactly why it is. We have an engine with 0 performance. Straight up 0. And that's bad. That's really, really bad. It means any stretch of road, we just can't do anything. Our gearboxes aren't that bad, so we can actually accelerate. So we probably do better on curvy roads, but this one has like 1, 2, 3, 4 reasonable straight lines. And we're getting punished hard. Fortunately, our foes over at the Weeby Racing, the Banzais, they're just as bad. And in this case, doing even worse. Right, who's coming out on top? Leveler is cleaning up the field. East India, well, I really think it's going to take a disaster from East India for them not to come out first place. We're on the 7th, I believe, race. Which means we've only got 8, 9, and 10 after this. And East India with a, I wouldn't say a clean lead, but clean enough to need a disaster to get rid of it. And yeah, look at Leveler. I don't know what he puts in his breakfast. What he had this morning, I don't even want to say to you. But he has got that funky flow. In the rain or in the snow, and it certainly is raining now. He's choosing not to pit, even though he's not on inters. I'll be flabbergasted if he doesn't pit for inters on this next turn, though. He is still not pitting for inters. I think he wants to push it as much as he can, and that's a good call. If you're in first position, nobody ahead of you, just cleave your way through. No need to slow down, battling around, but it's risky. Being on softs in this much rain? I'm hoping Leveler turns into a fireball by the 10th lap. What investment do you have still stranded in space? You're not behind him. Behind him is Young. Now Young, that's definitely something he would say. Young's pitted and Young's on inters, and there we go. A rare case for Brazil coming to you enjoying first place, and they're over halfway through the race. Unfortunately, their tyres are also halfway done. Don't know how his fuel situation is looking, but I sincerely doubt he's going to hold on to first after his next pitting. Regardless though, best of luck, Young. We'll see you enjoy this. Can he make the most of it? Smoor's catching up. Millisecond by millisecond, not even second by second. There we go. Unbelievably, we actually have some wet tyres out there because the track is soaked. It will stop for a little bit, but then resume. I have a funny feeling that wets are the good call here. And it looks like we need to pit pretty swiftly, so getting in on that would work well for us. Some people have already pitted twice, but most of them are ahead. Oh god, no. We're actually shoo-in to be in last position for this pitting. But most people should only need 2 pits. Actually, I think Decahedron's going to pit 3 times. Hard to say, but I don't like the 20th position that I'm looking at. Oh, that's Decahedron. Yeah, screw Decahedron. You enjoy 20th position. Where you belong for sure. Get out of the pit, don't have a nasty surprise, and do not get overtaken by Deca. Yeah, there we go. Get where you belong. Chamorro secures some points. Beat Ninjan. And if Fonterra beats Decahedron, that'll be the points we need to secure our lead over those accursed Japanese. Now this is somewhat unbelievable. As we enter the final 5 laps, Young is in pole position. Is it called pole position when you're already in the middle of a race? His car is falling to pieces. It was made in Brazil after all. But, oh, he's pitting. Is that going to be a tragic mistake? He's certainly going to lose first place. He's in the pit lane. He's still in the pit lane. He did not fix his car. But this is even more of a surprise. Teammate Bellcat, also Brazil, comes to you taken out in front. 3 more races after this, Baron. This is the 7th out of 10. So yeah, it's looking like a clean 4 hours per season. Which is just as well, that's the time I schedule each night. This one's a bit longer because we had the setup stream. Ooh, driver mistake. Oh, that's a big mistake. Fortunately, no red card. Sorry, I ran wide. Yeah, well, in 18th position doesn't matter much, but we've lost our position on Ninja, and we only have 2 laps to get it back. We need Ninja to barrel roll off the track. He does have engine problems, but he's miles ahead of us. Well, it's 10 seconds ahead of us. I don't think he's going to pit coming into this lap, though. Leveler back where he is destined to be, over in first place. People are going to wish they had wets on, though. The track is soaked. Again, it's up to the AIs how they choose to do the tyres. I have no say in this. Even if I tried to change their strategy, he would change it right back. I mean, look how often he changes it. There's no way I'd want to micro to that degree. Now, maybe my microing would be better. I've seen some people crunch the numbers, you know, shaving off exactly the right half second here to make it for a pit on no fuel, stuff like that, but not interested. I just want to set him up and watch him knock it down. Come on, Leveler. Your car is looking fine. Those tyres are going to hold for 1 more lap. But this is awful. Ninja is so far ahead. And that's going to be... there won't be any difference in the points between the two of us. But I need there to be a difference in my favour. They're already 1 ahead of me. Final lap. I just hope he bursts into a ball of flames at this point. Come on, Ninja. That's all I'm asking for you. Just crash through the windshield. Turn yourself into 4 or 5 Ninjas. Do it for me, chap. Oh god, Rakuso's out of fuel. For some reason you can still drive when you have no fuel, but you are incredibly slow. Wow, oh Christ! That allowed Ninja to actually get another point on us, and that is disastrous. Especially since we couldn't take over Rakuso. So Rakuso's failing was Ninja's win and our loss. Ugh, you're not kidding, that was a complete disaster. We need to be doing better than this. Painful, truly painful. And to make matters worse, nobody crashed. Nobody crashed, right? Surely I would have noticed if they had. No, I don't see any skulls here, but Decahedron got sniped out pretty swiftly there. Naturally, our car stands up to scrutineering. We're not using any questionably legal parts, but some people did. Demoted 2 places after part was found to have broken the rules from Brazil. Bellcat. Oof. Wow, well, that gives Young a better standing there, doesn't it? Kalpa. Oh. Now, not only does this bring them down some points and fines them, they can't use that part anymore. So their car is actually going to be a bit worse. Merchant of Venus of Wormrot. They didn't use a suspicious part. They did a drive-through penalty. I don't know what that means, but probably bad for them and good for us. This isn't good for us, though. Oof, Ninja getting another couple points on us. He doesn't like it. He really doesn't like it. 32 to 31, 24 to 23. That means we are 2 below our nemesis. Really happy with the result, says Ninja. Shout out to everyone back at the Tenohika Banzai Factory. I'm not giving that. Is drive-through speeding in the pit? Well, you gotta do what you gotta do if it means you can win. And Darius finally out of the last 3. Yeah, different weather over there. So we've reached expectations. Our chairman won't get any happier, probably a little less happy. Not sure. And our marketability is, yeah, just flat out. Nothing happened. We did exactly as expected. Javier is getting less morale. For some reason, Stuart's getting better. Probably because they did better than their driving buddy. But don't those two have something going on? I recall reading that. Here we are. Gunnar bringing it back to the Nancy crew. Doubling up for the Nancy crew. But NPC, 20 points ahead. Nancy has to do something amazing. That was pretty good, though. Shanks, I mean, that's 40 points right there that you're not seeing coming out of NPC. Or did we? NPC, NPC. Henry of Scallots. I think that's overall though, rather than this this race. Here we go, event. NPC Master Race is what colour? Light blue. Oof. Double oof. Speed Racer clawing back some points, but who knows? Nancy Crew could turn this thing around. Best of luck to them. Then there's of course our disastrous result. Less looked at that the better. But it's expected. We knew we were going to do bad first and second season. Come the later half of second season and the start of third season, that's where you're going to see some serious stuff. I hope. Right, interview. Please give me marketability. I need the money. Something about Guildford. Kalpa topping the timesheets yet. Good to see Kalpa doing so well. I'm very proud of him. In a weird kind of way. Right, interview for Autosport. Come on, give me the marketability I need. Dark Young's agent has been telling reporters all over town you're interested in signing his client up next season. Is this true? Aw, who wouldn't want Dark Young in their team? He's far below our standards. How dare you? He's a really good driver as well. He'll pierce all the way into the 5th star. His improvement rate's alright. It's not very good. But Jengs is head and shoulders above the crap we have driving. And he doesn't need to be paid quite so much. Selfish. Offended. Secret affair. Come on, Young. Keep it professional. Young finishing second. Now that is a sight for sore eyes. How's the scouting looking? Oh, I got a lot of empty slots. I need to be working on that. Now I think we've already looked for all of the unemployables, so it's time to start looking at teams that are in our series. So we're just going to work our way down. There's very little reason not to, except sometimes you click too fast and it thinks you're clicking on the person and not the button. Oh, that's Asia specific actually. I don't want that. Whoopsie doodle. No, I would like European racing series. I need to get to know everything about our competition. How does scouting even work? Seems a bit weird. Are you peeking through their kitchen windows looking what they eat for breakfast? Especially considering what we learn about them. Maybe it's more about watching how they perform on the track with a more scrutineering eye, but that's for Gabriel Knight to suss out. If ever there was a man I'd want as my scout. Who's the affair with Bellcat? That's no secret. Still taking his focus away. Right, car's good to go. Well, at least with the fixing. Still working on upgrading the suspension. Still working on all of our final pieces. Hoping to inherit everything we can into the next one. Yep, our car is pretty much done as done can be. We'll be able to put on the new suspension for the next race, which is good. So we'll have decent decent for us, brakes, and I feel for my engine. I really feel for my poor engine. Tell you what, let's fit the parts then. Can finally get away from these. Wait, no, they've already got the good gearboxes. I'll get you on the suspension then. Which one's going to be the better suspender? I'm actually working on both of these. This one is getting better, I suppose, so there you go. I wouldn't mind some pit crew that aren't terrible. Oh, that is good. Oh, that is also good. No chance of failure. Good fixing, good fueling. I don't want to spend too much money on this. Again, pit crew is not going to change much for us. Right, give me the 3 stars. Ooh, that is nice. 2 3 stars. And one of the 3 stars does not require us to hit a certain position. Upfront payment of 6.4 is not amazing, especially for 16 races. But it's about as good as I'm willing to go, so let's get El Banco. What the hell is El Banco? Apparently these are real real companies in the real world. But El Banco? Yeah, I guessed it's a bank, but come on. Okay. Let's carry it on. Qualifying APS Rio de Janeiro. Do we know anything about that? Well, it's not our race. Yeah, the Tropico Bank. There we go, Asia-specific Super Cup. Now this one, Hell's Engine, is roaring away, but they did pretty poorly here. Baron of Hell and Hotline stealing that one pretty badly. In fact, Purple's... oh, no points. The points are super heavy stacked up top. Is that Jeff Monroe? That is Jeff Monroe, isn't it? Where am I? Oh, right, this is overall. How is Jeff Monroe doing? Oh, not great. That's his second point. Still, better than Kei Uesugi. Poor Koopa Racing. Alright, September drawing to a close. Just a few months left, and then that'll be our worst performance all long play, and it'll finally be behind us. Unfortunately, our performance won't get much better for the second season, but at the third season, everything turns around. I swear, we're gunning for #1 come third season. What is it expecting me to do here? Oh, there's just races for the other series. Would it be better if it was not a bank? It would be very confusing. Holy smokes, Nancy Crew doing well, but wow. Oh, we should have had the betting on this. NPC Master Racing Team, irrefutably the strongest team in the game, only have 1 point ahead of the Nancy Crew, thanks to Donal, despite his dodgy neck. That's okay, he'll get over that soon enough. How did the NPCs fail so hard? Henry is Scallops pulling in 4th. Must be some kind of accident. Yeah, I'm not going to stop for all the scouting, we're just getting it done. Again, I'm not interested in new people until we're into another season, because I need to make the fat money first, and we already have the drivers that do that. So, you are currently bang on your original target of 10th. Not bad at all. Scipio letting me down gently that I have placed worst in the entire season. But we said we would, so yeah, not that bad, right? 25 in Tondola, 10% chance of rain. Belle is a below average driver. Her potential is good, given the chance to improve. She could certainly become one of the better drivers. Aptitude for overtaking, but her consistency is her biggest shortcoming. Predicted end of season 10th. Why did the Bellcat walk the road? To get to the middle. Just keep you up to date, strengths and weaknesses. We're fairly decent on medium speed corners, we can make some improvements. No, we've designed as good as it gets. The performance work Yad is doing in the factory is now finished. We're going to help out the reliability team. Now that's nice, they automatically switch over to helping out the reliability team when they can. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't keep working on performance. Look at that, the reliability at 90% is fine. I want to squeeze everything I can out of my brakes, so to speak. And gearboxes are kind of fine, we've done everything we can here. Let's make those suspenders as good as they can as well. Yeah, I don't think I need to improve any reliability. I mean, my engine is gash. Could we have an engine that doesn't completely blow, please? There we go. This becomes, I think, one of the most important things to manage as you keep on playing, because that's the advancement. Almost nothing else will carry between you, between your seasons, but your parts do big time, and that's huge. I mean, you could say, yeah, foster your characters, but there's so many of them, you just throw money at them to get them. Let's get our headquarters upgraded. Can you promise me we'll improve the brakes R&D facility? That's a big promise. Brakes R&D facility. Can I even do that? Anybody seeing that to even upgrade? Oh, here we go. I haven't even built one. Is no an acceptable answer? I'm not sure if building it counts as upgrading it. Geez, I don't know, and I certainly don't want to sink that kind of money, but I do like the idea of being able to improve my brakes handily. Jeez, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to throw away in their whims, and I did earlier say forget that, so nope, not happening. Unbuilt, it would be level 0, right? Yeah, I don't like the wording on it, and I wasn't willing to take the risk on £8 million. This ain't a game of blackjack. It's a game of people's feelings. Right, nothing to worry about. Let's get stuck in and get racing. Crush the Portuguese, show them what's for. A single sponsorship. Yeah, but a single sponsorship that you're tied into for 22 months or so. That's a lot of time. That is 2 seasons. Yikes, a scary thought. That said, we failed miserably at getting ourselves up to marketability level 4. I'd hoped we'd be able to reach that quite early, but we've not been getting any interviews that give good morale, good marketability buffs. Ooh, at 10% rain's looking a bit 100% rain. You've already upgraded the brakes by trashing the motors. Yeah, trashing those motors is the best decision we'll have ever made, and that's going to be a huge difference for us next season. Means that failing everything else, we're at least going to be the same speed as everybody else. And then if we just focus big time on acceleration and brakes, we might even be able to make another part, and I would choose suspension for this, a stock part. Wow, dead last? At least we get to be dead first when it comes to this. True Leveler, styling on everybody else by being the only intermediary. Now I'd say that maybe they have a better forecasting station, so they know that it's not going to be that wet. But their teammate didn't go for intermediaries. Rested Pandy's still on wets. I don't have an answer for that. Year +1 will be our year. 2018 will be our year. I'll aim for first, but well, we'll see how it goes. I'm not sure if I'll tell our manager that, though. Light-footed ultra softs? No. I don't even know why you'd pick that when we don't have ultra softs. I also don't know why it's ability when we don't have ultra softs, but too bad. Percentage rainfall from the weather reports in real life actually represent the rain coverage percentage, not the chance of rain. I have no idea if the game works that way. In Britain, we don't do percentage chance of rain. We just say something like rain is likely. Probably don't want the scrutiny, do they? And if you say 0% chance of rain, you can never then say, oh, it's now not 0, because then how could it have ever been 0 if there was no chance? Somebody very pedantic told me that, but it is true. Right, and Darius, you're in your position here. Best racer in God's Republic. The trouble is we bring in all these heathenist people that really mess things up for you. By the way, if you've noticed there are alternative roads on the races, you can vote to change the layout of the races. And if that makes a race more curvy for you, and you have pathetic engines but good brakes and gearboxes, it might actually be worth voting on that. Me, I'd rather just save up my votes, because I don't see that being particularly consequential, especially since it doesn't play into effect until next year. I just see it as a way to farm a vote. Oh my god, Chamor down at 20th place. What are you doing, guys? Well, you're pitting, I can see that. And Darius doesn't pit, and Darius stays in first place. Although, Finn's right behind. True Leveler's back in the... What? Oh, no, no. Oh, thank God that's not us. Thank God that's not us. That's just another problem for Anon Finn. 3rd retirement of the season. Well, that is bad. A smouldering pile down there. Hopefully he gets traumatized now. Chingsy's a Finn. He's never seen fire. Alright, but that's a point for us. It would have been better for us if it was the Banzai team eating the fire, but there's nothing to say they won't be a smouldering wreck by the end of this just yet. The Finns are imploding now. It's clearly an explosion. We all saw it. Churning through tyres. Boss, just start going easy on them. Nonsense. Mediums can take the punishment. 13 more laps to go. Make them matter. Kalpa taking yet another fastest lap. If he maintains that, well, sadly the Finns are already out of the running for first place, within reason. Short of a crash. But our Germanic friends. Goose is there in 3rd, biding their time. And who else is in the Dutch? There we go, JJ Nitro. Echter Duscher Reinsporter. God, they're like vultures just preying on the weakness of others. They know they could win this. They're just waiting for somebody to make a mistake and capitalize on it. Sadly, Anon Finn was not that person. That person was True Leveler. Or Pandy, but Pandy has been carried so hard by Leveler on this. Old smoke-style saunas burn every other weekend. I know you get some say in how we build the car, Anon Finn, but do we really need an open sauna in the car? Oh, that helps me concentrate. You're certainly more concentrated sitting in that burning fireball, but... Hey, they have more points than I do, so who am I to disagree? There we go, Leveler, where Leveler feels they should be. First place, hoovering it up. Paddy has been massively consistent. Yeah, consistency can be a whole lot better than scoring high and then failing miserably, but the thing is, Leveler has been really good and consistently good. Maybe not consistent with first place, but consistently getting huge amounts of points for the East India Company. Ching, so this is the power of Corbynism. Right, for me, I'm more interested in slaughtering Ninjin and Decahedron. We've got Decahedron down, but Ninjin's another story. They're doing too well for their own good. Oh, Young! Young! That can't be healthy, man. He's already warped back here. I wish we could watch the smouldering wreckage a bit longer. Not that I'm being a bit hostile here. Just need to warm myself up a bit. Ninja in 11th is worrisome. Car is having problems, though. Hopefully big problems. Hopefully fatal problems. Pretty rare to see somebody's car retire from broken parts in a race. But I am under the impression that it does happen. Young got shook for Jake's being worse, yeah. He couldn't believe I'd say that. And then he just goes and proves my point. He is doing worse than Decahedron in this race. Rough bloody times. Alright, come on Ninja, time to lose control. Start steering with your teeth or something. Only 3 laps to go, those mediums will hold. My best hope is that he's somehow out of fuel, but sadly I can't see fuel levels for others. I'm deathly scared that Fonterra needs to pit again. Almost certainly will with that much fuel, but I live in hope. He's being very economical with it. Oh god, low fuel. No. You're letting me down here. And Ninjin's not letting anyone down. They're doing really well. Fortunately, though, we're doing so much better than Decahedron that we might come out on top for that. But I need you to not run out of fuel. You are out of fuel, but you still use momentum to cross the finish lap. Oh god, no. Fonterra, out of fuel, out of luck. Should have pitted, didn't. Probably screwed either way, but oh, that's painful. We lost 1, 2, 3 points to the Banzai. Oof. Feeling the sting. Look away and Young crashed. Poor yeah, running out of fuel must be embarrassing in one of these. Almost as embarrassing as consistently coming this far down. And on Finn. God rest his soul. Alright, we will stand up to scrutineering. With a bit of luck, Ninjin was using something he shouldn't have. Rested Pandy was. Demoted 4 places. Jinx, that must have been a savage piece. However, now this seems odd. We still award you for getting the fastest lap despite using illegal parts. That is F1 politics right there. Still though, could have done with that affecting Ninjin or Rombi. It's a bad day to be us. We can't really make up those 5 points in 2 races. Unless everybody else crashes. DDR Racing can do better. How do I know? Javier told me. Need to keep a button on it. Yeah, that's true, Pepran. There's a reason I said we're going to come last. If we'd said that 8th position is going to be our position, Scipio would not be the happy man that he is with us. We would have gotten more upfront money, but by now we'd be facing all sorts of threats of violence. Oh well, no new traits there, which is fine for us. That money's going down because I don't have the paying over the time sponsors anymore. Another good reason to hesitate on getting the better brakes on the HQ. Oof, disastrous. But within expectations. I expected the season to be a disaster. If I keep telling myself and everyone else that, I'll kick the can down the road. Retired fire. Okay, let's see how our crashed out and burnt people were doing. Firstly, we had Brazil comes to you. Well, I'll be. Dark Young's a hardy individual. He does say on his State of Decay 2 character, he's very modest. He says he's unbreakable, invincible, unkillable. And Anon Finn, surprisingly not traumatized, at least not that we can tell. If we scouted him out, then maybe, but we don't have that. Alright, BBC, for the love of God, give me some marketability. Stuart was fuming in his post-race interview after running out of fuel in his last lap and dropping position. Are you going to apologise to him? Don't be ridiculous. I have a feeling that's a terrible thing to do. But surely that would be marketable, right? People sense a bit of friction, you know? Oh god, he dropped a lot of morale from that, and I didn't get any marketability. That's what I mean, these choices are just, you either know the good ones to do or you don't. Very sad. You need to insult more drivers in interview so that they crash. Well, I just insulted him and I don't want him to crash. That's my car. Yet another pit mistake. What the hell is my auto pit crew doing here? Not look that bad, but oof, low skills. Low skills galore. Finn reveals aftermath of shocking fire. When I close my eyes at night, I see flames. I'll never forget how being trapped in that seat felt. It was like a glimpse of the long shadow of death. Oh, what a shame. What a shame, Anon Finn. Alright, unsurprisingly, they're singing everybody else's merits, whilst we are certainly not. Continue working on improving the parts and fixing the car. We've got 2 more races, and then we are donezo. Jesus Christ. Sounds like how most Finns I know describe every... Oh, get off your high horse, ninja, just because you beat us. There's still 2 races to go. We need 5 points. That's a tough one to get for us, but we can try, and we will. Oh, I should make sure that the people are actually working on something. I would like that to be slightly better, but maybe, just maybe, I could improve my engine a slight bit. Make them not otherworldly levels of awful. Because all of our best things have been upgraded. The brakes, the gearbox, the suspension. We're taking all of those with us into the next thing. So I could actually stop working on something and start making these engines not so disastrously bad. I mean, I don't want to completely lose here now, do I? This music sounds awfully Doom-like, doesn't it? There we go, get to that. How easy is it to make custom teams and stuff? I'm tempted to do a run myself. Immensely difficult, Yogdog. This game is not friendly for modding. And I'm not even lying. The only thing that you can customize is your own team and yourself. You don't get to customize your drivers, or I guess you get to customize your livery, but a pathetically low amount. Fortunately, through a lot of blood, sweat and tears, I put this together. It took about 12 hours to finish all the modding. The logos, the characters, even conscripted a Dutchman to help program something to mass change character names. It was a nightmare. Right, isn't that the point of the politics, to avoid developing the engine? Yes, next season. Politics changes don't take into effect until the next season. Rested is one of the better drivers in the European Racing Series. On top of that, he has potential to become even better. Wow. It's funny that he's so consistent, given his consistency so bad, but dang. Oh, that's horrible. He's a pay driver, so the EIC is swimming in money. Every time he races, he has his own private sponsors that pay the team £240,000, more than halving his cost per race. Ugh. It's great to have a pay driver, but I'm disgusted that they got one. These guys are getting slightly better. Alright, carry on. If only we could ban Brits mid-season. Yeah, notice, well, as far as I can tell, none of the teams are using their backup drivers. Sucks to be anybody that signed up as the third driver for any team. NPC Master, they heard what I was saying about them and decided to beat out Nancy Crew for first spot there. They could well secure it. And the Asia Pacific Iron Dames there, not enough to dethrone the Hell's Engine. Even though Hell's Engine didn't score many points there. Did they score any points? No, they didn't need to. They're on fire. Can that feel when you're the third driver? Well, Kitty, a few minutes of research would go a long way. That said, I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't played this game myself. Right, onwards. Next race is in 17 days, and then the final race. Can we secure 5 points over those accursed Japanese? It's unlikely. It's very unlikely. Maybe having an engine that isn't just a beer can will do wonders for us. That's huge. Oh, crikey. 35 lap races on average. Oof. I actually don't want that. That's going to take forever. I think I should put 1 for against. Because that's going to boost the length of these something fierce. I actually prefer shorter ones. Now, I could just abstain. But God knows how these guys are going to swing. Especially since it only benefits 2 teams. Oh no, it won't benefit 4 teams. Should I risk it? I do like the extra vote power, but I do not like the longer races. Greedy? Greed is good. Let's get greedy. It's the difference between +1 or -1. Oh, I don't like that 4. I do not like that 4. Oh God, slow down. Oh, dearie me. It hurts. It hurts a lot. It hurts so much. Come on. Oh, why did I have to abstain? Oh, well, that's pretty bad. That is pretty bad. Maybe we could get into politics and change it back. Okay, that's pretty bad because our pit crew blow hard. Oh well, them's the brakes. More laps, more crashes. Yeah, but we might be the ones crashing. Compelling point though, more crashes. How are you doing on the whole improving parts thing here? Oh god, you're done and dusted. I should have taken note of that. Well, the engine is as good as it can possibly get. There's no point in improving some of these more than they already are. Should probably improve the suspension that I'm currently using. And the brakes that I'm currently using. Put everyone on that. And perform as well as we can. Oh, they were telling me 6 days ago that they were done. In fact, they yell at you after a bit, I think. Bang on your target goal. Yeah, I know. Here we go. There's only so many cups of tea we could make. Being paid to not have to do anything sounds amazing. Well, I've been in that position. People told me, oh, isn't it so boring? And that's where I conjured the idea that only boring people get bored. Make great brakes and gearboxes. I don't think I have the necessary buildings for it yet, although I will check. It's just that this late in, I'm not sure that I could make them and improve them in time. It's worth having a look at, though. Yeah, it's still locked because I don't have my telemetry center. There you go. As for brakes, also locked because I don't have my brakes R&D and I said I wasn't building it either. Use your designer, get component. I'd have to make that and then make it again. Do I want to do that? Yeesh. That would give a lot of acceleration. A lot of acceleration, because then we could go 20, 40, 40, 40 to max. That is good. That'd be a hell of a gearbox. But our existing gearbox is already really good. Apparently. Nah, this one would surely be better. Let me double check my gearbox right now. I don't want to invest too much into this. 132? I'd rather not. I'll stick with that. In fact, I think that is the one that I used the extra part to get for. No, that would have been suspension, wouldn't it? Doesn't matter, I don't think I'm going to do it. It also allows me to save up more money to do more aggressive things next season. Why qualifying only gearbox? What? Qualifying only gearbox, I don't understand. Jeez, I should probably make that suspension better so I can actually use it. That's a huge benefit right there. A lot of work though, I'd rather... See, I don't know. Oh, it is really good, but really unreliable. One of the up things were for qualifying heats, yeah. I just did that so I could use it once to try and get a bit of an advantage. I certainly did not get that advantage. Okay, we'll leave it be like this. Bring on the racing. Onwards to Milan. Bring it on. Zandarius finished another race. Who needs it? He did. He finished a race without crashing or burning or anything like that. In fact, it was Anon Finn's turn to become the human sauna. Alright, 9 out of 10. Penultimate. And the big battle here will be for the top spot and the not bottom spot. Can True Leveler hoover up another one? Can we thrash the Japanese? And we need to thoroughly thrash them. They have every advantage to us right now. Just simulate it. It's pishing it down out there, so it doesn't make any sense to not use wets. Oh yeah, the whole track is soaked. Oh, oops. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it all clears up and anything that you learn on wets was a waste of time. Do we think it's still going to rain again? Half the, well, the better teams switched away from wets. Yeah, intermediaries make a lot more sense, don't they? Painful stuff. Leveler's gonna nail it. Leveler nails a lot of things. He might even promote. Scary proposition. Yeah, it makes sense to move over to softs once the rain stops. But I'm leaving my AIs to figure out their own stuff. Wet tires better? Do we think it's gonna rain? Well, ultra softs probably won't help much, so just leave it at that. Get yourself in there. Enjoy pole position for how little it lasts. Always next to Ninjin. Always next to Decahedron. I don't know who's punching down on who, but it's not good. Okay, 21 laps. Short and sweet. Again, the average lap length going up to 35 is a lot to chew off. Probably means there's going to be a lot of 12 speed going. But that's okay. You can always have your eyes on this. As for me, I'm happy to see Kalpa up front. I've been so happy with Kalpa's performance here. Very shocking. I did not expect Nokia to be pulling ahead as much as they do. Looks like they are pretty safe in third. Potential for second. Out of the running for first, though, very sadly. Leveler trying to get it all back. It must be such a pain starting in 20th and having to worm your way past everybody. If I were in that position, I would hold out on my pitting as soon as possible, then clear everybody as they pit, and then enjoy first place. Get the speed done that I can. Go easy on the engines before that, but what do I know? I'm not a racer. Everything I know about fast car vroom vroom comes from this game, and that's not a lot. Speaking of not a lot, Shimoro, get that pitting done, get it done well, and don't lose all position. Oh god, it's so sad to see. There will be a day when we have an engine that is up to scratch, and then we will not be afraid of having to fight back for all of this position. What the hell's wrong with Javer? You keep insulting Ferreira, but he's doing way better. The problem is the disparity in what I... Oh dear god! What was that about Fonterra doing way better? I need you to repeat yourself there, Pepperan, because I think I misheard that over the sounds of screaming and burning. Oh well, we're not alone. Dr. Massange also crashes, but unless both Decahedron and Ninja crash and Chamorro gets an incredible position, that is not to our benefit. Oh, what a sad performance. There we go, the music kicking in at a good note here. Chamorro, come on. Plenty of people pitted a second time. You don't need it just yet because you're on mediums. The track is dry, no rain coming. Put that pedal down, feel the burn of our, what is it, strength 8 engine, maybe strength 12 engine. Other people are probably running around with about 150. Ugh. It's okay though, everything looks better next season. Not only do we get that new engine that's a spec part, we also get to build a new chassis. Our chassis right now is a disaster, but it could become a not disaster. Why are we looking back at Fonterra? We don't care about Fonterra. Oh, boys, oh boys. Well, Chamorro's taking the advantage. Unfortunately, that's because a lot of other people have... Yes! Oh, you ask hard enough and it happens. Ninja is out. Finally, somebody has a mechanical issue during the race. Ninja is down. Unfortunately, the current position just evens things out. I need Chamorro to do a lot better, or Rombic to also go down, or just finish up in 16th. Oh, that means Chamorro, you need to not keep dropping all these. Come on, racing back for 13th isn't out of the question. There's only a couple laps to go. This race is like a battle royale. It's Germany all over again. Germany, devour of racers. Yeah, sadly Ninja gets 3 points over Fonterra, whilst Chamorro at this rate only gets 1 point over Decahedron, so it's still losing 2 points for us. Oof. It hurts so bad. If Fonterra hadn't crashed, oh, it would be a different story, but they did. Ifs or buts won't help us here. Final lap, make it matter. And don't crash like your friend, I need to repair those cars, you know. There we go, almost out of fuel. Not a bad result, well done everyone. It's because Fonterra's actively pushing up your performance. Disasterful. Alright, one more track to go. Nothing short of a miracle would see us not take 10th position. However, 10th is right on par. Goodness, what a disaster for racers here. Now, do we think any of them got injured? Fonterra did crash, so let's hope that they didn't. Oh, there's every chance that someone drops a few places. That would be nice. Not us, of course, we can't. And Darius, please. I know you got those neck problems, but oh my days. How did True Leveler end up so low to begin? Driver has been demoted 14 places after 2 parts were found to have broken the GMA rules. Whoa. Tell you, it's always the guys you least expect, isn't it? Well, that's got to be good news for the Nokia. I was saying nothing short of a miracle here, but they actually scored more than if they'd taken number 1 and 2. Yikes. Is that enough to cause an upset, though? 6 points ain't happening here. Sadly not. Those earlier Anon Fin crashes have cost too much. However, only 8 points in it for Echter Dusche Rennsport. That is very achievable. Extremely achievable. Even in just one race. Can they make it happen? It's all going to be on the line. Now for that, you want to pull out every stop. If you have illegal parts that you've been sitting on, and this is the difference between promotion and not, things I'd be cheating my socks off. I still climbed 1 spot in the roster. Well worth the cheating, says Andarius. That's the fun thing, right? Sometimes it is worth the cheating. Ah. Damn, that lack of marketability. It's just not budging. At least the money is budging in the right direction. This is exactly the kind of money making I'm looking for. Okay. Hell's Engine still safe with the lead here. There's a lot of variance between who's scoring points around here. It's just that Rance and Kruger don't. Looks like the Asian Pacific League is going to be an interesting one, but scoring points there is going to be hard for us. That was Asian Pacific, right? Yeah, that's going to be tough for us, even scoring a point. when we eventually promote is going to be rough stuff. Righto, lay it on me. Cat's car finished 4th for Brazil comes to you. Be hoping that strong form continue. Well, not much luck for you. Minus 88% condition. Oh, at least it's quick to repair because we've got a decent assortment of mechanics. Interview, please. Give me marketability. Do you think the ERS is becoming too predictable? Demolished. Oh man, probably one of these two would be marketing. Today was a fantastic display. No, surely this is just the controversy that we need. Yes! Oh, my days, just doubled my team marketability like that. One more boost like that, and we'll have access to 4-star sponsors. I think this takes a bit to update. Because yeah, we've got 200 points divided by 3. Oh, damn. Give me more marketability, please. Hard fought win as if. Alright, do we have anything going on right now? The car needs to be fixed and then fixed up. 4 crashes and broken vehicles. Excellent engineering. Oh, there's a thought. How are people feeling? That's just telling us that you are our reserve driver. Thankfully, no injuries for... what's their face? Fonterra? Von Whatsits. Clean getaways from all the crashes there. Same can't be said for dodgy-necked Otter of Kruger Motorsports. Anybody else facing some horrible injuries? Pierre Pants, another dodgy neck. I wish there were more visceral things that happen to you, but I guess it's not that kind of game. It's not meant to be morbid. Okay, how's the scouting going? We still got a good list? We do got a list, but maybe not a good one. Gonna add to that a wee bit. More people on the Euros. Probably not worth scouting out 10 oh hey ka banzai. But I want everybody scouted out because eventually we'll just get to that point when I have so many. When I've maxed out the scouting place, you just scout until everything is done. We're not finished off with a car, are we? You're idle, although you should still have something to do. It doesn't do a lot, but you'll still help out a tiny amount. These ones I want maxed out as much as we can. Alright, onwards to the final race. Not meant to be morbid. Have you seen the emails from burn victims? Come now, they're just hamming it up for publicity. You and I both know that. Gunther. Gunther is below average? Oh no, it's Guenther Krebsig. Jings, if it was actually Gunther that's being reported on as below average, that wouldn't be right. Oh, he's another pay driver. And he pays even more. He is actually profitable to race with. He costs almost 100,000, but he gives 290,000 per race. That's an amazing driver to have. On top of that, marketability's through the roof. I would love to have you on the team. But it would cost a lot to break contracts. How long until you're 25 months of contract? Plus 78 is significantly worse than the 90 I already have. I can't do that. That would chip me out of getting 4-star marketability, which is what I really want. Are they really managing that? I am unsure that these guys get managed well. Like, these guys are knackered and awful. Oh, but these guys are super awful. I do not want to micro this, but can't deny how terrible it is. Also, I've only got 3 spare slots. Let's get some people that don't blow, shall we? I'm loath to spend this money. But we've been having a fair few pit crew issues. Let's take care of that, shall we? Tires, refueling. I don't care so much about fixing. I try not to do much of that, but let's just have a decent roster of pit crew, shall we? My god, Mansell, you are so bad. Maybe I should just fire you. Tires and refueling. You're better, but you're resting. Ah, jeez. Yeah, not much can be said other than my pit teams suck. Maybe next season I'll have access to better ones. Maybe I'm being too hard on Joe. He's got decisions to make with very little to work with it. Right, so World Motorsport 15 out of 16, their penultimate race in Rio de Janeiro. The Weeb team taking it Dolce. Or Dulce or Dulce Jones. The Nancy crew, though, I can't believe it. Not only did they beat them back, they secured a hell of a win over them. NPC Master Race has to pull a miracle out in the final race, or they are, well, they're not relegated, but they're certainly not top of the pile. Grim. Alright, let's carry on. Reliability work done. There's nothing really worth working them on since we're on to our final race here. That's where it all comes together. Any money in the budget to upgrade the factory? Now, trust me, I'd love to do that, but have you seen the expenses here? 15 million. I need this money for a new car, you know. Christ, these buildings are so terribly expensive. However, when we finish, we get a lump sum of money from our chairman, and I think we'll get some money for completing the circuit as well. So we are actually going to be fiscally amazing next year, and that's when I'll probably pile it into new buildings. How much is a new car? We can only do that at the start of every new season, so that's going to happen next stream. I might get this brakes R&D facility. Aerodynamics are no good, but I will need better brakes at some point. Ugh, I'm loath to pay it, but give it to me. Because at least the brakes we do work on. Suspension we also work on, but I'm not willing to go that much down on my dosh. Factory staff idle, doesn't matter. Final race is coming. Let's go to the Black Sea. Yeah, the cars do not cost more than most of the buildings. The cars will set you back like 5 to 10 million, I think. But that's just what I've seen of the low circuits. Maybe the high ones are incredibly expensive. Plus, you can choose the parts. Sometimes you have to make do with choosing crappier parts, but I would never lower myself to that. Your poor driver, DDR Penny Pincher, wouldn't do that on request, but he does it anyway. Yeah, we do reserve budget every race. I think it's 500,000, which is rather a lot. I suppose that's good for people that can't manage their money. Me, I'm amazing at it, so I'd rather just keep the dosh. It's kind of like getting a tax rebate at the end of the tax year in Sweden. The intention is to make you happy, but really, the reason you're getting that is because you've been overtaxed all year. What is this performance? Holy smokes! Oh my god, if only practicing were the real thing. We've never placed that high before. Could it be done? Could this be it? Beat Smoor, beat Buka, beat Anon Finn? That trauma's really catching up with him. Come on, if we get a performance like that, oh, imagine it. I'm imagining it. Let's go. Wish they gave out points for practice. In some rule sets, they do. Is it coming home? I sincerely doubt it. Alright, get on it. The final race, the final countdown. Annihilate an engine, annihilate Decahedron, score 7 points on them. Win the race, just win the race. I don't care what it takes. Just go out there and make me happy. The final one. Come on, Fonterra. Do not give me a repeat of last time. That car is not for crashing into the side. The one thing I gave you were decent brakes. How could that engine even go fast enough to crash? Be like crashing a trolley cart? Why did you not leave Javer on Ultra Soft? The guys make their own decisions on that. I do not. Plus, I don't think we have Ultra Soft. I think we've only got Super Softs. Is that reserved budget selection to pay off the Russian judges? Yeah, let's just see if they find another suspicious thing inside either of their cars. Certainly not our cars, heavens no. I'm a bit worried about people using medium tyres. They'll need to pit a lot later. Medium tyres hold up to driving quite a lot better. Not to mention our chassis has terrible tyre wear. I don't know how a chassis can impact on that, but there's a lot I don't know. Oh boy! People on the mediums are having an even better time now. Softs are bad, mediums are not quite so bad. It's getting damp, don't crash. Fonterra, oh god, they're going to both pit. Double pit. No! Ugh, 13th, 19th, Ninja in 18th. Decahedron somehow ahead of Ninja, this cannot be. Let's go and look at something a lot more promising, and that is Kalpa. He's got his eyes set on victory. Also, it's going to clear up. Funnily enough, I think sticking on mediums would have been the best for everybody, but that came at lap 10, which is most people's first pit time anyway. If not for wheels, you'll certainly need fuel. Young is in second, and he's already pitted, but his tyres are getting shredded out there. What I find hard to believe is that Spam Buka is enjoying first place. Not only that, he slowed down to make Kalpa have a worse time. Just doing nothing but cheesing off Kalpa. Wow, Spam, that is ultra troll. Come on, give him the bus. Give him the bussy beans. Yeah, there we go. Kalpa managed to wrestle their way ahead. I don't like how it's looking for our drivers. They're not doing splendidly. There's a couple points in it for us, but whoa, well, down that goes. Come on, we're still looking for that glorious crash. Preferably out of Ninja. And he's doing... No, actually, they've both been doing terrible. But come on, Chamorro. Get your act together. Like 10 seconds behind midway point, and that is not good. Tires are wearing down, you're dropping down places, it's sad, it's so sad. I can't bear to see it. Speaking of sad, and I can't bear to see it. Brazil's coming first. Fonterra, you're making me somewhat proud. We can score 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points if it ends like this. But it's not ending like this, we've got 10 more laps to go. If just Decahedron would crash out. That's all I'm asking, a horrible, dangerous fireball for my competition. I tell you, I played this for a wee while and I've seen a lot more crashes here than I've ever seen before. Ah man, there we go, at least Kalpa can deny Young that first place. And that's showing support for Kalpa, not detrimental towards Young, despite what I said to the papers. Oh, Fonterra's losing it, but so's Ninja. Ninja's losing it hard, but our advantage is only 5 points. Remember, we need 7 or more. I would happily take more. Ugh, tire drag's bad on Fonterra. Come on, well, Ninja's already in last place. Crash or no crash, it makes no difference. But, Decahedron, that's a different story. Come on, Decky. This fight's between you and me. Wow, Young, you're doing fantastic. Take it all back, join my team. Must be the excellent drivers that chat provides. Chat only give us names and things. They didn't give us anything that impacts how the drivers perform. Although you could say maybe there's a bit of magic in the name. The idea that Brazil comes to you would end up in first place on lap 20 out of 26. There's some kind of magic going on here. Young will never join your team, Jake. You ruined that wonderful. Only for 1 year. I don't think Young has a lot of potential to grow. No, weren't we saying that Young could go into the 5th star? Maybe he does. Oh well, we'll leave him for a year. Let him stew over in Brazil. And then come in with a big spoon and scoop him up. Oh jeez, come on, Chamorro. How can you be behind Decahedron? They're awful. They're having engine problems or some kind of hardware failure. And there we go. Taken over. That's 1 point right there. Oh my days, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points! Maintain this for 4 more laps. No, don't lose, no! Okay, you've pitted. You've got softs on for the final dry stretch. Keep that going. Overtake them all. Hopefully they pit for about 20 seconds, maybe have a pit fire or something. Man can dream. Ah, but Ninja's going faster. We don't like this. Meanwhile, Kalpa's fighting it out with Leveler for first place. Kalpa's got yet more problems there. He's not pitting though. Will he ever pit? Because Leveler's pitting. Off he trots. Leveler ruining any chance of a first place there. Assuming that Valkyrian can hold out for another 3 laps. And why would he not, making pit decisions like that? Oh my god, Fonterra. It's such a shame you have to pit. However, thankfully Ninjin and Decadron are both due a pit. We might just turn it all around. Not only that, there's no risk of us having any problems with our car in the face of legality. There is a chance that they do. Bellcat takes the lead. What am I reading? No, 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 don't mess up the tyres. At this most vital point, you screw up the pitting. Ah, Ninja still needs to pit, thankfully. Oh, but they might not. They might just go for it. No final pit. It's only 1 lap left. Oh my god, they probably will not pit, and that's... Oh, we're ruined. Oh, absolutely ruined. How can this be? Our team's looking bad. Ninja's looking too good. We'll only score 1 point out of this unless Ninja eats the wall. Oh, so close. Ninja takes that because he refused to pit. And that has worked out amazingly for Tenno Heikai Banzai. Oh, the sting. The absolute sting. Your drivers and or race directors are very ass. He needed to pit, right? If he didn't pit, he'd run out of fuel, and then he would just go down to last place anyway. So, no recovering from that. So close for top spot. Not quite, not quite. Not for us, at least. Okay. Scrutinize. Of course, we're fine. We don't break any rules around here. True Leveler. Ooh, you got the fastest, but you also got knocked down for a drive-through penalty. Oh, I was hoping that was Ninja there, but no. Best racers in God's Republic found cheating to the very end. How does it go on points? Whoa. We were slap bang in the middle, but unfortunately, Little Ninja carried Rhombic across the finish line. Oh. 2 points shy of not being last. DDR Racing, I spend my money on your stupid hats and shirts. This is the best you've got. Oh, that stings, because I put all my money into marketability and nothing into making a good team. But don't you worry. This means I've got so much dosh to throw at next season, it's going to curl their toes. Plus, we were damn on point for what we promised. Ugh. Man, I'm glad I don't follow sports in real life. It must be horrible. Like, backing a team so much and just seeing them do so badly. Especially when they do so much marketing. All these hats and t-shirts for DDR Racing, and it's just, yeah, nah. Nah. Knackered. Marketability went up somehow. Oh, because for this race we actually came 9th rather than 10th. Show me the money. You get used to it, says Deshed. Is that speaking from experience? Oh my god. They did it! NPC Master Racing Team heard me spitting fire about how Nancy True was kicking their arse, and they go and secure first and second, kicking out Nancy Drew by 6 points. 6. Wow. Well, well done to you. Very well done to you. And that's a great performance from our Cyber Demon. Literally hell. Trying to catch up to Hell's Engine. Wait, is that the final one? That's 11 out of 11. I think the other one was also 16 out of 16, because we already saw their penultimate. And this is the real kicker. East India Company Racing Division doesn't even quite eke it out. That's a solid 18 points over the Echterdusche Rennsport. Now, if we just took away those Anon Finn crashes and balls of fire, Nokia would have taken it home for the Finns and promoted. But no, East Indians, at least the British, get the heck out of our championship. There we go. World champion True leveler. Do we at least get, like, best team award? No, I don't think we do. Position 6th, Pandy, come on. 18, it's 8. Okay, counting went out the window. Whatever the case, they won it. The least improved award goes to... Okay, what do people say? Searing pace in practice. Yeah, you certainly did, but you didn't win. Car condition getting trashed. BBC are saying... Extra Sugar's agent's been telling reporters all over you're interested in some... Extra Slow? Not a chance. He's far below our standards. Freaking Extra Sugar. Pit crew review. At least they didn't make any mistakes here. They actually did the fastest before they've ever done. Oof. Big, sizable oof for that. We need to see who gets demoted into our league. That we do. Right, the car is all repaired. There's not a lot of tuning up for us to do at this point because there's no more races in this season. But we did manage to build our telemetry center, and we can work towards our next one. Excellent, but where do we go for here? We should get a report on who goes where. I don't think I want to build anything new because the year is almost over. So we'll just go forward. Here we go, prize money. Don't spend it all at once. Thanks. 11 million for coming in bottom? Yeah, I'll take that. And we're going to get another amount of dosh because we're going to tell them, I think we're going to do better this season. We won't, but we can try. Manager of the season is Dr. Nijtram. What? How? Just how? Bellcat's the drive. What are these, like, pity awards? Awards you get for taking part? Yes, he gets to cheat with Dwarven part. Yeah, man, that cheating was unreal. Okay, I don't like the 35 lap races, but I love the spec engines. Don't think I care much about the compounds. Hell's Engine decided not to take up the offer for the World Motorsport. Worst Nightmare is staying in. East India have been promoted. Rance Castle Racing is now down to take their place. So we'll be fighting against Rance. They're actually going to be one of the best in our series now. That's dangerous. Beating them will be tough, but I'm sure we'll get on it, no problem. There we go. Now we get to think about pre-season starts. Probably stuff I could be doing here right now, but I want to get to this screen. Nitro slipped something into the code when he helped you. That just ain't right, although I suppose it's fitting for everything he did. Right. Best racers. Oh god. The best racers in God's Republic have gotten the German driver Susi Solgero. They're content, they're not very marketable. 3.7 million a year? Actually, we pay a lot more than that to our marketable guy. Car design unlocked. Start to designing next year's car. I think we get to look forward to that in the next session. We're going to make our car. We're going to use our nepotism in the politics. And we are going, maybe not straight to the top, but how about straight away from position 10? That'd be nice. Oh, I shouldn't be saving here. I should have saved as a new save. I'll do that regardless. Am I cut? I swear, boss, I'll take the blinders off. Okay, let's get that saved as a proper one. Into second season. We'll have a fat lot of new money. We might even sign a new driver. And we're going to improve our car and actually start taking names. I anticipate it's going to be quite regular for us to get about 14th place or better. But that's an anticipation. We'll see how it actually goes. Don't know if you can hear it, but I am coming down with something. My chest feels pretty bad. So yeah, I know, one day into streaming and I suddenly get sick. Blame the Estonians. I was in Estonia a few days ago. They must have given me something. In any case, I'll be back when I'm back. So until then, cheers for joining in the Motorsport Manager long play, and a cheerio.